can hear it now. I can hear it now. I hear the sounds of your heartbeat. I can hear it now. I can hear it now. I hear the sounds of your heartbeat. I can hear it now. I can hear it now. I can hear it now. I can hear it now.
Hello, everybody! How are we doing on a Sunday? Who is ready for some spooky poetry? Because I am! I am unreasonably excited. I'm unreasonably excited for this. I'm, been very much looking forward to checking this out. So, first off, hello Stumpy, hello Sleepy, hello Gabe, Super Dork. No, it's Super Geek Girl. Get it right. But hello. So glad to see you guys. Hope y'all are having a lovely, lovely Sunday. Hello Lightning, hello Zelda NPC. Welcome. Glad you guys could join us. All right, so who is ready for this game? Who's ready for my big video game debut? Here we go. Before we get into it, first off, hello Boots. Thank you so much for joining us. Glad to have you here. So before we get into it, I do want to give just a little bit of background on this. So as you guys know, the game is Inversed. It is part of a series of games by Time Dust Games, called the Purgatory Verse. So most of the games, all the games actually, deal with, being in purgatory and coming to grips with, being stuck between heaven and hell and coming to grips with your death and the things that you left behind, those sorts of themes. There's two main games in the series, and they are Pit Stop in Purgatory and Poetry in Purgatory. And if I recall correctly, Poetry is actually where the character I play, Sheol, makes her debut. Obviously unvoiced, but yeah, she makes her debut in that one, and then there's a couple of side games that focus more on the characters that you meet in the two main games, which is what Inversed is. It's Sheol's story. So you'll get to know a little bit more about her. And something else I wanted to mention about this game that I also thought was really cool. This game was the result of a game jam. There was a visual novel game jam. The last day is today. It's called Only One of Any Asset, I believe is what the title is, O2A2. And it's just like the name would suggest. You only get to use one of any asset. So you only get one character. You only get one you only get one voice actor. You only get one piece of background art. You only get one piece of menu art. That's it. And that's all you have to work with. And you have 10 days to take only one of any asset and put together a game with it. So it's a really cool little concept. And I've actually really wanted to be part of the game jam for a while now, so I'm very excited to at least here I get to participate as a VA. Truth be told, I've always wanted to try my hand at like making a game, but that's like a much bigger undertaking than I'm willing to take on at this point. But yeah, there's your little intro to what's going on today. So all that being said, once again, my sincerest thanks to the team at Time Dust for giving me this opportunity. And I think I've given enough of an intro. What do you say we guys get into it? Are we ready? Let's see. I've got it both open in my browser as well as the executable on my computer. So let's see which one works. All right. Give me a second. Okay, looks like the executable works. So, all right. I think we're ready. Let's go ahead and let's not waste any more time. We'll dive right into this, and then afterwards, this will only, I think the runtime for this is like maybe 15 or so minutes. Like I said, it's a game jam game, so it's very short. But after this, we'll jump right back into where we left off last week in Danganronpa 2. But for now, let's enjoy some spooky poetry. All right. Uh-oh. That's not right. That's not right. There we go. I still had my capture card on. Yes, from what I was told, the runtime is about 15 minutes. So it won't take too long. But we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. All right, let's go ahead and open it up. Here we go. This game was made for the O2A2 VN Jam 2024, a micro-visual novel jam with a 1,000-word limit and strict asset things. Oh no! This game contains scenes of psychological horror. Well, that's great for me. Me who scares easily. Since the game is so short, did you record all of your lines in a single day? Actually, it took 2 days. It took 2 days for me to get everything. Just because I did a lot of... The lines that I have are very short, so I did multiple takes of all of my lines. Just to make sure that, I got a take that the director was happy with. So I think altogether, it was about... I'm trying to remember exactly. It was 120 total lines of dialogue, plus the poems, plus some individual sound files. So all of that took about 2 days to record. All right. And by the way, I'm still kind of learning about the lore of the Purgatory verse. So if there's something you don't get, I will refer your questions to the creators of Time Dust Games. Which, by the way, as I pointed out on my Twitter earlier, this game is available on itch.io. It is available for PC, for Mac, for Linux, and for Android. And I think all the rest of Time Dust Games are on itch.io as well. So if you guys are interested, if this game gets you interested in the Purgatory verse at all, go check them out on itch.io and go support the developers. They're very kind people, and I'm very appreciative for them giving me this opportunity. So, let's get into it, shall we? Let me just make sure my volume is up, because for sure we want to hear the volumes on this. Here we go.
Are you ready to continue then?
There I am. I'm gonna turn the volume up all the way so you guys can hear me. It's coming in a little bit soft. All right, here goes.
Your eyes. The reason why we're here seems to escape you. Very well. I shall explain it again, as simply and to the point as I possibly can. All you have to do is tell me words, any words at all. Then I will do my best to connect them for you. And after that, you'll hopefully... Never mind. Let us begin anew, shall we? Bliss, rapture, charming, occult.
Okay, so this is the setup of this is the setup of the game. We are picking words and she is making poetry out of the words that we select. Yes, it is a much different tone than you guys are used to me having. But it was whose funeral is a good question. Also, hello Gundam, welcome. Glad you're here. I wonder who else is in this game. To my knowledge, I'm the only VA in this game, because this game is all about this gal, Sheol. So I think I'm the only. As far as I know, I may be wrong on that. But all right, let's make some poetry, shall we? What words do we like? Yes, Gundam, I'm in this video game. This is my video game debut we're checking out. She is dead? Unclear. She certainly does have the Wednesday Adam thing going right now, but truth be told, I've actually always wanted to play a sort of Wednesday Addams-like character, just because it's so different from how I usually am. It was a really interesting challenge to play a more serious, morose sort of character. So let's see. Let's go with let's keep it light. Let's keep it light for now. Let's go with bliss.
Bliss. Sublime.
All right, sublime.
Entangled. Rapture. Intoxication.
I wonder. And yes, I did do all of the sound calls
Rapture.
too. All these little single
Sublime.
words I did as well. So that's fun. Let's see. We already did bliss. How about rapture?
Spellbound.
Glee?
Glee.
Yeah, let's just keep it bliss entangled, okay? Bliss entangled. We've got spellbound, sublime, passion, drugs. Drugs is not an option on here. Let's go with glee. We'll just do a lot of these
Sublime.
positive words. It is an interesting premise, isn't it? Spellbound is a good one.
Spellbound.
Oh.
Emotional glee. Intoxicated. Blissful. An old soul's rapture.
Hey, we did it.
These things reflect joy to you, do they not? Things long forgotten. Perhaps they may yet return. Don't worry. I will help you. Every ounce of my being is at your behest. So please, stay with me. I'll even take you dancing again, like you used to love so much. I'll endure anything, just as long as you don't give up. Sublime.
So yeah, we're clearly talking to somebody who means a lot to us. By the way, obviously I do know what's going on here, but I am not going to spoil anything for y'all. I want everyone to experience this. You sound like someone else, but I can't tell who. The ultimate poet. Yeah, I mean that might work. That might work. I like it. Danganronpa ultimate poet. But yeah, like I said, this is a different register of my voice that I don't use very often. So it was really fun trying to getting all the recordings and just like going back and listening to them and being like, do I sound? Is my voice too high pitched here, or am I hitting that proper morose tone? Let's see. Let's go with sublime. Keeps popping up. Let's do sublime.
Sublime. Entangled. Entangled.
We did entangled already, right? So let's go with spellbound.
Spellbound. Entangled.
Did we do entangled? It keeps popping up. Charming. Let's do that.
Red.
White, red, intrigue.
Love.
Sublime or what? Sublemon? I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. I got the joke finally. Let's go with passion. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Oh, I didn't mention this, but let's keep the blurbs at a minimum during this particular game. I don't want to miss any of my performance.
Passion. This sublime embrace deserved, garnered, the occult, spellbound by your charm.
I don't remember picking a cult, but sure, we'll go with that.
Once, I felt as if you commanded all the knowledge in the world. But now, you exist somewhere else. Lost among the stars, trapped inside that frail body. Sometimes rich, sometimes poor, sometimes a princess, sometimes a peasant. Night and day, ever undisputed in your presence. Black.
Okay, well, interesting. Let's see, what do we want to go with? Love? Love sounds good.
13.
So 2, 13, purple, infinity.
Infinity. Black.
Did that just sound off twice, or am I imagining things? Well, we keep seeing all the colors pop up. Let's pick some colors
Black.
and see what happens.
1.
Black.
White.
So black,
Purple.
white,
Purple.
purple.
The wine flowing red. Purple will, blackened dresses. Dead eyes see white lies.
There's the one. There's the one y'all heard. I knew it was around. Go away, Logitech. Don't need you right now. I just realized the cursor is the nib of a pen. Yes, it is! What a cute touch! That's so good!
There were festivities here once. You held court, though your blood was never noble. Why did I always arrive dressed in black? Bright colors would do wonders for my pale visage, you'd claim. The answer is simple. In darkness, I can hide. In darkness, there's no need to pretend. From where I can't be seen, my eyes tell me everything I need to know. I belong among the shadows.
Is that supposed to be a smiley face? It's a little hard to tell.
So
but I like
Nealon.
that. I like that. Whoa, what?
So Nealon.
So Nealon. I mean, obviously I recorded it, but let's go with that. That seems weird.
Leviathan.
Okay, we're getting some names here now.
Vereen. Love.
Love, passion, 2.
Entangled.
Yeah, those are some Leviathan I recognize. The other one, Sonelian, Vereen, and well, we haven't gotten to that one yet. But
Love. 13. Insecurity.
Oop.
Impatience and blasphemy. All lost to hatred. These strange, yet comforting names. You claim them to be as real as yours or mine. Each name, a demon.
okay, yeah, demons are involved.
Each an unsainted representation of something deeper. They are part of me now, just like I am part of you. One.
Okay, so we're getting into some deeper themes here. It looks like you sort of sound like a mix between Sai Nijiba and Mitsuru Kujo, but Kirijo, not Kujo, Kirijo. I'll take that as a compliment. That's I love both of their. I like both of their voices, so thanks. I appreciate it. Let's see. One. Okay, yeah, we're definitely getting some not so great words now. frenzy, confusion, bedlam. Bedlam's a good word. I like that one.
Confusion. 13. Hysteria.
And yeah, just straight up hysteria. That's not good.
Frenzy.
We'll pick all of the crazy words.
Frenzied and confused, stricken by hysteria, this inner bedlam. It's been difficult watching that disease slowly tear you apart. Does my own future hide a similar fate? My ability to think, talk, write, all that which makes me me. Should I expect it to slowly wither away? Don't worry. I would never leave your side. No one should endure this on their own. And I pray that when my time comes, then I won't be alone either. Speaking honestly, I can barely bear the thought of it. Of you, of me, of everything we shared, of everything you taught me. Losing it all to the sands of time would mean death. No. Worse than death. I miss you.
Okay. I think I see what's happening here. We've got somebody with we've got a loved one with a terminal illness or rapidly losing their memories. Oof. Not great. Not great. It's a heavy, heavy theme here. The voice is so good. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. You can finally add video game voice acting to your resume. Yes! Career goal achieved. One of many. There should be like a little achievement unlocked popping up. Is synesthesia a word? How many takes did it take you? Ha ha, aren't you funny? Luckily, that particular word didn't show up. Also, I learned how to say it properly now. It's synesthesia. I finally learned how to say it now.
Delusion.
Okay, yeah, here we go.
Nightmare.
Delusion, nightmare, mirage.
Passion. Entangled.
Are we a necromancer? Are we summoning the boys? Don't know. There's definitely something slightly sinister going on here.
Entangled.
I think we've done all these already, so let's go with entangled again.
Infinity. A queen's delusion. Nightmarish vision. Mirage. Two minds in one soul. I wonder what it felt like when reality started to slowly break the chains of your firm grasp. Truly, I find it impossible to comprehend. My mind is everything to me. Without it, where would I ever escape? If I lacked the means to write, then what role could someone like me possibly play in this world, or even the next? I'm afraid.
I don't
Whoa!
want to be alone.
Yo, timed us! That wasn't cool! That wasn't cool, man! That scared the snot out of me!
Your eyes are moving.
Yeah, a whole lot of me is moving right now. Thanks, honey.
Am I upsetting you?
Yeah, I'd say that was fairly upsetting.
You must be afraid too. Tell me, what do you see when you look at me?
I'm scared to press this now.
Do you see someone you once held dear? Or am I just an empty shell? 13.
Oh my goodness. I was warned that there would be some horror elements. I promise you, when I submitted that I don't want to be alone, that is not how I said it. Oh, okay. Is it just me, or is lunacy glitching out? Uh-oh.
Lunacy. Abnormal.
Okay. Pick all the glitchy words then.
Entangled.
Yeah! How ironic is it? Me, who is such a coward when it comes to horror games, and the game that I make my debut in is... Surprise! It's actually a horror game! That is just my luck, isn't it? Alright.
Insanity.
Oh, God! Did y'all hear that?
Phobia. Phobia.
Insanity went goofy for a second. Listen.
Phobia.
Okay, it's not doing it anymore.
Phobia. Love. Love. One. Intrigue. Passion. Love.
Love? The power of love will help us, baby?
Why are you staring at me?
Don't worry about it.
You truly have no idea who I am? Does my poetry not bring you any relief at all?
I mean, we were fine until your eyes went black and things started glitching out. We were fine up to that point.
I was so certain it would work. That connecting words would introduce balance to your chaotic mind. Even, perhaps, slowly healing it. Unlikely as it may sound. Was I naive?
Am I simply spoiling what little time you have left?
Lovely. Lovely.
Please, don't look at me like that. Please, stop.
Can you still hear me?
Oh, yeah. Things are getting more glitchy. Oh, no. Oh, boy.
Little.
Little.
Girl.
Girl. Little sounded a little less threatening.
Little.
Let's go with that.
Girl.
Girl. Sure. Just a
13.
little. Just throw a random number in there. I'm sure it's not significant at all.
Intrigue. Intrigue.
Sure, why not? Hail.
Pale.
All right.
Yes. It's me. Then, do you remember?
That little girl. The pale one in the black dress.
You fell silent again. Where did you go?
Okay. Yeah, things are going bad.
Danger.
13.
Let's go. Hello, KR Thomas. Thank you.
Obscure.
Obscure.
Gloom.
Gloom. Both of these are
Obscure.
not great. Let's go with gloom.
1. Infinity.
Infinity,
1.
maybe. 1, 2, 3, and I'm caught in between.
Entangled. Passion.
All right.
Obscure.
We already did obscure, right?
Shade.
Shade. Let's do that.
What? Is that truly what you see?
Obscure, shade, gloom. Yeah, where the veil is darkening very quickly on us.
But it's me. It's Sheil.
You know who I am.
You know I am no danger to you. So please, don't use those words. And come back. Please, come back. Won't you look at me? Look at me one more time.
I can still help you. I know I can.
So, please. 13.
Is it just me, or is the screen getting darker? Yeah, no, this is kind of heartbreaking. It's, oh my gosh. It's heartbreaking and also terrifying at the same time.
Passion. Intrigue.
Intrigue, passion,
Intrigue.
intrigue. Sure, let's go back to the earlier themes of love and
One.
and infinity and all that stuff. No? How about numbers?
1. 13.
Oh, we're clearly
Entangled.
we're running out of words now.
Oh, passionate eyes. Entangled. Lost. So loving. Dreaming of intrigue. Do you remember anything about that man? He who shared with you his heart. I was unable to think of him long enough to make a memory. To me, the prospect of romance is bleak, much like life itself.
I think we were supposed to get this one earlier, but in the conversation, but that's okay.
But at the very least, you always set a good example in the way you describe it. I doubt I'll ever experience such sweet comforts. Nonetheless, I'm glad that you did. 2.
I can't imagine what it's like to be forgotten by somebody you love and how much it hurts on the inside. Yeah, that's kind of what I was really trying to go for. Was, well, I'll explain in a second. I'll explain in a second my reasoning behind some of the choices I made. All right.
1.
1,
2.
2,
13.
13.
Infinity. A girl of 13. Man. Woman. Infinity. 2 must not be 1. You warned me so many times. Admittedly, I seldom listened. I believe in making my own mistakes, grave as they may end up being. I'm sure you'd agree. Were you still able to? You don't blame me, do you? For wanting to forge my own path?
Okay, yeah, and now everything's gone bad. Now everything's gone bad. We're back to everything going bad again. Murder, stab, knife. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't think it's gonna go well for us either. Whatever we choose is gonna be bad.
Murder. Wait. You can't mean... Stab. Stop! I'm not a monster! Knife. Please! Don't do this! Kill.
Ta-da! Okay. Well. Thank you for playing. We did it, everybody. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. To be continued in Poetry in Purgatory, and it leads right into their next game. If there's a jump scare, I'm gonna... Okay. I was so scared that there was gonna be a jump scare there at the very end. I'm gonna have to go back on the recording and see what that reversed message was. See which line they used for that. But there you go, guys. That's Inversed. What'd y'all think? Did y'all enjoy it? I was not expecting it to be a horror game there at the end, but there you go. So yes, Gabe touched on a couple of things. I can't imagine what it's like to be forgotten like that. The way I see it, it's like drowning in your own tears of despair, never coming up to the light again. Yeah, it was hard. So like the first time that I like got the script and read that this whole time we were talking to our mother who has clearly lost her mind and lost her memories, and yeah, it was I kind of imagine like I have had to I've had family members who have had terminal illnesses and have had extended stays in the hospital. My grandma especially, she had a stroke that was pretty massive, and watching her go from this vibrant and feisty and fiery old lady to basically a husk of her former self. She didn't lose her memories per se, but she did lose a lot of her ability to speak, a lot of her movement, and it was incredibly hard to witness that. So I think having a family member who is no longer who they once were is a theme that I think a lot of us can identify with. And unfortunately, a lot of it doesn't go quite the way it worked out for Shield. Keep in mind, this whole series is about purgatory, so yeah, in a way, Gundam, it kind of was a funeral. You were right from the get-go. But there you go. That's Inburst. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you again very much to the team at Time Dust Games for giving me a chance. I was really, really happy to take part in it, and please go and check out the rest of their games. This is available on itch.io. Along with Pit Stop in Purgatory and the rest of the Purgatoryverse series. Just look for Time Dust Games on itch.io. And it is available for PC, Mac, Linux, and Android. So there we go. With that, SGG has made her video game debut at long last, and irony of ironies, it was in a spooky game. Maybe I come back and revisit this for a spooky scary month just for funsies. But there we go, guys. That's Inburst. I really hope you guys enjoyed it. I'm gonna switch back to the just chatting screen for a moment while I get things set up for Danganronpa. But what did you guys think? Did y'all enjoy it? Like I said, very, very different sort of game than the stuff that a very different sort of show game performance that I'm usually and usually you guys are used to hearing me being like wild and crazy and good little gremlin, but getting to take a step back and play a more serious, morose, terrifying at the end character was really, really, really fun. So I sure hope you guys enjoyed that. Hello, Kid Anime! Welcome! Glad to see you. You missed out on Inburst, unfortunately, buddy, but you're just in time for me to do Danganronpa. More voice acting for a game I'm actually not a part of this time, but we've been going through. The whole game is almost like the Hell of a Boss Just Look My Way music video. Oh. You know, I can kind of see that, actually. I mean, Just Look My Way had a very different message. But I can see some of the lyrics would still definitely apply to this situation. If there's something more that I must know, I'll save us both before we grow cold. If you'll stay, just stay and look my way. I can totally see lyrics like that being used for this situation too. Oh man. Good stuff, though. Good stuff. It was very different for you to be sad. It was different for you to be sure. I don't like hearing SGG sad. No. If I made you guys sad, that means I did my job right. That means I did my job correctly. If I touched your hearts with that performance. Hello, Legit! Thank you very much for the head pat. Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Well, now that we're all thoroughly depressed and terrified, we're all in the perfect mood to play Danganronpa. So, those of you who came for Inverse, please stick around. Please stick around. And you'll experience the usual sillinesses that occur on SGG Voice Act Sundays. Oh, man. I heard sad, so you need one. Oh, thank you, Legit. That's very sweet of you. I appreciate it. Oh, I forgot that the music was still up. Ah! All right, enough of the, Let's get cheered up with murder! With a murder trial! Let's cheer up with the class trial! Those are always fun! Yay! Oh, boy. Let's get it. Let's get into it, shall we? On to the next! We're just gonna jump right in. We're just gonna jump right in. No need for a break or anything. We're just gonna go ahead and do it. Oh, my goodness. And luckily, this will be easier on my voice. Yep, time to use my brain now. Yep. So this one's gonna be fun. I will go ahead and jump in here. All right, I'll do my my intro real quick. By the way, if you guys, right before we get started proper, if you did miss any of Inversed, my video game debut, the VOD for that will be up later tonight. So in case you came in late and missed Inverse, you can check it out on YouTube and of course here on Twitch afterwards. But that'll be available in both places. So don't worry if you missed out. It'll you'll still be able to catch it. You'll still be able to catch it. But for now, let's get to something that I am definitely a little more well versed in, which is murder mysteries. And don't worry, this one won't be as scary. This one will be more rage-inducing than anything else. But you'll see what I mean soon enough. What is up, fellow geeks? Super Geek Girl here, and welcome back to Danganronpa 2, Goodbye Despair. Last time, we lost not one but two of our classmates. Ibuki Miyota, the ultimate musician, and Hiyoko Sayonji, the ultimate traditional dancers, met their gruesome ends at the hands of... Well, we don't know who it is, but we're gonna find out, because it's class trial time, baby. Let's do it. All right, I still gotta adjust the volume a little bit here. There we go. Let's see. Gundam says, I'm not into horror. Oh, you know what? I used to think that I wasn't into horror, and for the most part, I'm still not, but I'm slowly acclimating myself to it. If for no other reason than to prepare myself for the next iteration of SGG Spooky Streams in October. Which I am still taking requests for, but I can tell you some of the games that I'm going to be looking at for that. I am planning on looking at the RE2 remake. I am planning on looking at maybe doing Dead Space, the remake. And I'm also playing with the idea of doing Alan Wake as well. Not Alan Wake 2, the first Alan Wake, because you cannot play 2 without playing 1. There's just too many questions going on. Baldi's Basics, Alien Isolation. You know what? Yay, hey, y'all know where to put the suggestions. Y'all know where to put the suggestions. And I don't know if I'll do Alien Isolation. My husband does have it, but I tried to sit through and watch him play it, and I got too scared. I got too spooked, and I had to bail. Baldi's Basics is you know what? I may look at that. I'm not, jump scare games are not, I mean, you guys saw the very, very light jump scares in Inverse, and I was jumping out of my skin on that. So stuff like Baldi's and Five Nights at Freddy's, I'm probably gonna try and stay away from. If for no other reason than I don't want to die of a heart attack at the age of 30. So... Can you believe we've watched Richard Simmons, Shannon Doherty, Ruth Westheimer, and Shelley Duvall? Yeah, no, we've lost a lot of people. It's crazy. It's very, very sad. Lots of really great talent that we lost in the past few days. R.I.P. I'm sorry, what was your age? It's not important. Don't worry about it. Let's see what skills we've got. Let's see. What can we set up? What can we set up here? Oh, I actually need to purchase some more skills. It's so awkward that you have to get to it from here. Alright, we only have 5 of these little things, unfortunately. What does Melodious Voice do again? I felt like that was a good one to have. Increases damage to the opponent when a statement is destroyed during panic talk action. That sounds good. That sounds good. Excellent Blade. Sharpness increases by 2, effective during the rebuttal showdown. Let's see. Moonsault increases jump power. Increases turning power during the logic dive. Increases max speed. Yes. So as a, thank you for reminding me of that, Gundam. As a quick reminder, the motive this time was the despair disease, which, when it affects somebody, completely changes their personality, thereby inciting murder, because that's how this game's logic works. I have so many problems with just the motive, but oh, believe me, there's a lot more I have problems with this particular case, but we will get to that in time. Let's grab Melodious Voice. That seems good. This is the first time I'm watching it live? Nice! Welcome, welcome! How's our pet doing, by the way? Can we give her one more present? One more for the road? Chocolate chip jerky. That sounds good. Let's do that. Yeah? Okay, she is at full 10 hearts. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens when she evolves. As she does a pig in a blanket roll here. All right, let's go ahead and set that up. Boom. All right, we are ready. Let us do it. Proceed to the class trial.
Now then, let's begin with a simple explanation of the class trial. During the class trial, you will present your arguments for who the killer is and vote for who done it. If you vote correctly, then only the blackened will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will earn the right to leave this island. Oh well, who cares about this boring explanation? Let's get on with it already!
Imagine if there was a Danganronpa game with an adult cast. I can imagine one of them being the ultimate lawyer. You know, you say that, there is actually a pretty well-known Danganronpa fan game in which someone is the ultimate lawyer. I don't think they survived very long, though, if I recall correctly.
I don't mind starting the trial, but I don't really have a grasp of how the case played out. You know, because I was asleep the whole time.
Well, that's on you, Boo.
Even if you do grasp it, you're just gonna confuse the heck out of us, aren't you?
But Nagito's not alone. I don't really get it either.
Well, that's par for the course for you, Boo.
You're fine. Your head's empty anyway.
Empty head? Huh. What's wrong with that? Listen up. The emptier your head, the more dreams you can stuff inside it, you know?
Okay, so I actually do know that reference. She is referencing the opening theme of Dragon Ball Z in Japanese. Chest full, head empty. That's Akane! That is Akane to a T!
Anyway, we shouldn't proceed with the trial if those two can't participate in the arguments. Since he's the first witness, why don't we ask Hajime to explain the incident and the sequence of events?
Then, let's start with when we split into the hospital team and motel team because of the despair disease. The hospital team consisted of Nagito, Ibuki, and Akane, who were infected, and Mikan, Fuyuhiko, and me.
The other 5 on the motel team were myself, Gundam, Kazuichi, Chiaki, and Hyoko.
Spending the night at the hospital was prohibited, so Hajime and I had to sleep at our cottages.
I woke up at my cottage on the day the incident happened.
I also like how Fuyuhiko has a more subdued voice now. Did y'all catch that?
Mikan came by to wake me up and told me that Nagito had recovered from his symptoms. We immediately headed over to the hospital, and after we confirmed his recovery, I made Mikan rest in the on-call room since she hadn't slept all night, while I waited in the hospital lobby. And then, I saw the incoming signal light on the surveillance camera blinking before our scheduled time. When I pressed the button to turn on the monitor, what appeared on screen was a video of someone wearing a hospital gown and a hemp bag on their head, climbing a stepladder.
Amazing! That's such a heart-pounding story! And then what did you do, Hajime?
Well, stop interrupting and we'll tell you!
I tried to stop them, of course. I rushed out of the hospital and ran to where the video was being recorded, the music venue. But it was too late. By the time I arrived, the person wearing the hemp bag on their head was already hanging from the ceiling. I thought I should tell the others right away, so I headed to the motel.
Why the motel?
Because it was close to the music venue, and unlike the hospital, there were more able-bodied people there. At least, that's what I thought. But the only person who came with me was Chiaki.
But I remember feeling a little relieved because not long after, we met up with Mikan and Fuyuhiko.
We were also looking for Ibuki since she disappeared from our sight.
After I rested for a bit, I started counting everyone at the hospital. And then I noticed Ibuki was gone, so I sprinted out of the hospital. Coincidentally, I ran into Fuyuhiko, so I pled with him in various ways to see if he could help me out.
I'm sorry, huh?
Various ways?
Don't say it like that and confuse people.
Oh, Mikan, what did you do? Did you accidentally end up on top of Fuyuhiko as well?
After I heard from those two that Ibuki disappeared, I had a feeling she was the person wearing the hemp bag. So I immediately led them to the music venue.
But the door wouldn't open. Since we had no other option, the 4 of us broke down the door. And when that happened, we didn't just find Ibuki's body. We also found Hyoko's. And not just that. Her body was taped to a pillar.
That's when we heard the body discovery announcement. Not once, but twice in a row.
And so we decided to lower the hanged body, didn't we?
When we removed the hemp bag, just as we feared, it was Ibuki.
So that's how the case played out. Thank you. I understood it very easily.
Well, it's clear what the problem with this case is. When Hajime left the music venue, who...
Wait, how do I know anything Hajime just said is true?
Huh?
Sorry, I'm only being impartial right now. And the story I just heard is clearly suspicious. Hajime, if you're the only one who saw the hanging video, and the first one to discover Ibuki's body, then you could be lying as much as you want right now, right?
Lie? Why would I lie?
Obviously. So you could make us ignore what might be an inconvenient truth for you.
I hate to say it, but he does kind of have a point. Right now, I mean, obviously we know what happened because we are Hajime, but for everybody else, they're just taking him at his word. I get what he's a shit, but I get what he's doing. Why is Monami tied up? To keep her from interfering in the class trial. And also because Monokuma likes torturing her.
Do you doubt me?
If you're not lying, I would like you to prove it. Come on, try to prove it to me. Prove you're not the killer.
It's just as Kazuichi said. Nagito's the kind of guy who will just confuse us and make matters worse. Damn it! I should have explained it to Nagito! I'm in trouble now thanks to that! Alright, here goes! Let's see if SGG remembers the controls. So, spoiler warning, she doesn't.
Hajime's testimony is clearly suspicious.
If Hajime's testimony is a lie, then the fact that Ibuki hung herself...
That would also be a lie.
I don't think I can deny that possibility. After all, Hajime is the only witness.
Why would Hajime lie?
Well, obviously, because he's the killer.
Did Hajime kill both of them?
The fact that the bodies were imitating the movie means it probably is Hajime's fault.
Hang on. Select truthful at his LB. Got it. I'm not the killer! There should be a contradiction somewhere. I need to find that and break through. He mentioned the movie ticket. I think that's our way in.
Hajime's testimony is clearly suspicious.
There it is.
If Hajime's testimony is a lie, then the fact that Ibuki hung herself...
That would also be a lie.
Alright, I just gotta find it again. Gotta find it again.
After all, Hajime is the only witness.
Why would Hajime lie?
Well, obviously, because he's the killer.
No, I'm not!
Did Hajime kill both of them?
No, I didn't!
The fact that the bodies were imitating the movie.
Boom!
No, that's wrong!
What's with the shooting minigame?
I'm not the killer! I mean, there's no way I'd be able to imitate that movie.
This is what we do. This is what we do in Danganronpa. We listen to everyone's testimony and then we shoot down the lie. Or in some cases, we shoot with what we agree with. Or in some cases, we create a lie ourselves. Oh wait, that's another game. Never mind.
Of course you're not. I already knew that.
Damn it, Nagito!
Huh?
Before the incident, Hajime had never watched that movie. His invitation ticket is proof of that. Each person only received one ticket, and they're marked with a stamp that shows the date and time. Isn't that right, Monokuma?
Yes, no mistakes there.
Which means there's no way Hajime, who never saw the movie, could commit murders that imitated it. Or did anyone tell him what happens in the movie? Of course no one did, right?
Hold on a sec! You're the one who brought this up in the first place!
Nagito, what are you doing?
Well, since we're opening with your witness testimony, I thought we should solidify the foundation.
He is such a shit!
It also provides a good warm-up.
What warm-up? This isn't a game, you know.
It kind of is, actually.
Don't get mad. I just think warming up is really important. Especially since this isn't a game.
What a waste of time. Well, I knew it would turn out like this anyway.
Because she's got the strategy guide.
Now then, since we know Hajime's testimony is reliable, let us move on to the arguments.
So this means Ibuki definitely climbed the stepladder all by herself, right?
Yeah, I'm positive.
Then that seals it! Ibuki committed suicide!
If Ibuki committed suicide, then who killed Hiyoko?
A murder coincidentally occurring in the same place as a suicide ain't possible, huh?
Like I said before, it's pretty clear what the problem with this case is. The killer murdered Hiyoko while Hajime was gone. So all we gotta do is establish who could have possibly done that.
Then let's ask Hajime. How long would you say you were away from the music venue?
I couldn't have been gone for more than 10 minutes.
So they killed Hiyoko and taped her up within 10 minutes? There's no way that's possible.
That's why the killer stalled for time by making the music venue a closed room.
What do you mean, a closed room?
Ah, yes, the classic closed room murders.
The killer blocked the venue door from the inside to try and keep us from entering right away.
However, that door is the only entrance to the music venue, right? If they blocked the door from the inside, the killer would not have been able to leave either.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Which means When we broke down the venue door, the killer was still inside.
They were?
If that's the case, the only suspicious people are those who don't have an alibi for that time. And that's you two, Sonia and Kazuichi.
Me too?
What the hell? Why's it gotta be us?
The others all have alibis. Chiaki, Mikan, Hajime, and I all broke down the venue door together. Gundam met up with Hajime at the motel right before that. And if Akane and Nagito were laid up in the hospital, the only person that leaves is one of you.
There's another person who doesn't have an alibi. You know, Nekomaru.
Yeah, except he's MIA right now.
Me too!
Hey, why are you talking like... Huh? You're kidding, right? You're not up to something weird, are you?
Please stop making bad jokes.
Anyway, if the killer was hiding inside the venue, we should obviously doubt the people who don't have alibis.
That tracks.
What a wicked way of backing us into a wall. Is this his professional skill?
No, he's a Yakuza. His professional skill is sealing your feet in concrete and ducking you into the ocean. The killer was inside the music venue. Fuyuhiko obviously thinks so. But is that really it? Make your argument. That needs to be like, there needs to be a reverb on that, like the Smash announcer. Let's see.
The killer was still inside the music venue. By locking the door from the inside, they tried to keep us from getting in.
It seems they were trying to stall for time.
How did they lock the door? That door should not have had a lock.
The lock was on the floor in front of the door.
Are you talking about the broken drumstick?
You can use that as a bolt to lock the door. By doing that, the killer who was hiding inside waited till we gathered together and suddenly appeared.
So they look like they had just rushed over.
I have seen this in serial crime dramas.
That person's remark contradicts the truth. I should be able to prove that with my evidence. They really don't give you a whole lot of hints this time around, do they?
The killer was still
But I think I
inside
know
the
what it
music
is.
venue. By locking the door from the inside.
Oops.
No, that's wrong.
Not quite. Not quite.
Hold on a sec. There's also a possibility that the door was locked from the outside.
Objection! Yeah, I think I had to get rid of that particular blurb, unfortunately, to make room for some other blurbs. Tell you what, I'll bring the objection blurb back for when we do Gay Lawyer Sundays again, when Investigations comes out in September.
From the outside? How?
There was a semi-transparent glob stuck to the venue door. Maybe that's what they used.
Semi-transparent glob? Like rubber, maybe?
It wasn't rubber at all. That semi-transparent glob was probably glue.
I see. That semi-transparent glob must have been glue.
Yes, because glue is always green. As we all know, every school child has a bottle of green glue as one of their school supplies. We all know that.
Glue?
Yeah, I think so too. It had a firm, gel-like chewiness, and I could smell workshop chemicals the moment I put it in my mouth. Based on all that, I'm certain it was glue.
I didn't know glue was edible.
No, Akane! No! No! No!
I believe it is not something one typically eats.
That glue was only applied to the areas where both doors touched. By pouring it in the gaps of the closed door, they must have sealed the venue door from the outside.
And thanks to that, a glob of glue was left where the door was stuck. Yep, it fits perfectly.
But if you just stick them together with glue, you'd be able to break down the door easily, you know?
That doesn't really matter. The killer only did that to make us think the door was locked from the inside.
What'd you say?
First of all, didn't that drumstick we found seem really obvious? Almost unnaturally so? It was so obvious that it makes more sense to think the killer placed it as a diversion.
Ah, I see.
Are you saying the drumstick was a trap the killer set on purpose? Then I totally fell for that fucking trap.
Apologize to Miss Sonia. And me. However, you're not allowed to slice open your stomach this time.
Yeah, please don't do that. We've spent enough time in the hospital.
In a quarrel, both sides are to blame. That's why it's better to just have no sides at all.
So, during the 10 minutes Hajime left the venue, the killer murdered Hiyoko and created a closed space?
And they also taped her up after killing her, right?
Even quick work has limits.
Oh, what unimaginable speed for a slowpoke like me.
If they couldn't have done it while Hajime was away from the venue, they must have done it earlier than that.
Is it just me, or was the way she said that kind of sus? Earlier?
But when Hajime got to the venue, only Ibuki's body was there, right?
And when you went back with everyone else, Hiyoko's body was there too, right? But it's possible that the body was just revealed at that time, when Hiyoko was actually killed earlier.
Yeah, I see what they're doing. They're messing up the order that they were killed. Hiyoko was killed first, and then Ibuki was killed later, I think. And they just kind of hid her body away.
Of course, the body wasn't revealed on its own. The killer did that too. Here, I have proof.
That scrap of paper. Is that what we found in the baton lighting at the music venue?
That's right, but just what is this scrap anyway?
That scrap that was stuck on the baton lighting in the music venue. Now, I should be able to figure out what it is. Oh boy, here we go! Everyone's favorite! The improved Hangman's Gambit! Which it's really not. What was the ripped piece of paper that was stuck to the baton lighting? Oh, whoops. Now that I remember how this works, it should be alright. Hurry up! Dang it, you are so slow! This reticule is so unbearably slow. There we go. I know what it is. Get rid of this, get rid of this, get rid of this. Get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of this. W. A. Get rid of the W's, please. The P's are fine, the P's are fine. The P's can just do whatever they please. Yeah, alright, that's fair, that's fair. I don't need the... Get over here, you. Alright, wall... There's a lot of stuff going on right now. I need a P, though. Dang it. There we go, P. There's too many. Stop! Just give me the A. Come on. Wall. Paper! Jesus!
I got it!
Have I mentioned how much I despise this stupid Hangman's Gambit minigame? It wouldn't even be that bad if the reticule wasn't so slow! And I admit, I didn't take a close look at all of my power-ups. If there is one that makes the reticule go faster, I'm gonna be really upset that I didn't find out about it until now. But reticule is what's killing me. If the reticule were faster, I would be okay with that. Anyway, yes, the scrap of paper is wallpaper. Let's go.
In the music venue storage room, there should have been black wallpaper that's the same color as that scrap. There was also a tear along the edge of the wallpaper, wasn't there? If so...
You're right. If you overlay the scrap that was caught on the lighting with the tear in the wallpaper... See? It fits perfectly.
I see. So the scrap that was caught on the baton lighting was originally part of the wallpaper.
Hang on, I need it. I can't actually check my truth bullets yet. That's fine.
And what's wrong with that? Does it have something to do with Hiyoko's body disappearing?
What about the mouse sensitivity savings? Settings, not savings. I am playing with the controller. So, I guess I could adjust the controller sensitivity, as well. I'll take a look at that for next time.
A mere nobody like me isn't important enough to answer
Shut
that.
up with the self-depreciation!
But if you guys were exceptional enough to identify that scrap of paper, you can figure this out easily.
That scrap of paper stuck to the baton lighting was part of that wallpaper I found in the storage room. Is it connected to the sudden appearance of Hiyoko's body? If I trace it back from there, the answer should become clear. All right. Let's give this a try. Oh, you know what I just realized? I don't have my mouse on. There we go. I gotta get my mic up if I'm doing SGG voice acts. Luckily, I'm better at this because it's just a Sonic Special stage. Why don't I just, like, do a... What's the jump button again? It's okay. I was going to say, okay, I gotta get some air. There we go. I forgot I had to get some air. And actually, I think I did the wrong music too. I think it's Alright, why did Hiyoko's body suddenly appear at the crime scene? It was brought there? No, it was hidden! They hid the body! What's with all these minigames? This is what Danganronpa is, man! You're solving a murder by playing minigames! It's like a really, really messed up version of Mario Party. Or more accurately, it's Ace Attorney if Ace Attorney had minigames. I feel like I should go back and edit in the Sonic 2 special stage music over this. What did the killer use to hide her body? They used the wallpaper! Yeah, it does! It is also somewhat reminiscent of Sonic Riders. So, real talk, I'm actually really bad at Sonic Riders. I don't know why, but I could just never get the hang of that one. Don't even ask about Free Riders. That game was poison. How did the killer hide the wallpaper? They covered up the pillar with it because the baton lighting went all the way around the pillar, remember? So that's gotta be it. We did it! We Miles Edgeworthed our way through it and used logic!
It's all coming together!
Eureka!
I got it. Hyoko's body was hidden before we found it.
But it would have taken quite a long time to tape up a hidden body.
No, the body was already taped up and the killer hid it, along with the pillar using the wallpaper.
What? They hid the pillar?
Yeah, by wrapping the wallpaper around the pillar, the killer was able to create a slightly larger pillar. So when I first discovered Ibuki's body, Hyoko's body was already there.
It's kind of a shame that the killer didn't put a male victim on that pillar, because I could have called him a pillar man. or as they say in that one JoJo animation I saw, a column fellow. Has anyone else seen JoJo but really, really fast? It's a series of animations on YouTube that are absolutely phenomenal. They're so freaking funny, and they talk faster than me.
However, because it was concealed within a slightly larger pillar, I didn't realize that at the time.
I mean, to be fair, that's actually not a bad way to hide it because your body, your eyes immediately drawn to the body hanging from the rafters. So, yeah, the killer was banking on them not noticing a detail like that.
Well, that's understandable.
So legit, I am going to get to that at the end of this trial.
Notice Ibuki's body right away.
Hold on to that thought. I'm gonna get to that at the end of this trial.
So they used the baton lighting on the ceiling to hang the wallpaper?
The baton lighting forms a perfect circle around the pillar, so using it to hang the wallpaper totally fits.
Then, the reason the wallpaper was covered in so many stickers was to make it look like that pillar.
That's how they hid Hyoko's body, and then peeled off the wallpaper as soon as I left the music venue.
But the killer made a mistake. They accidentally ripped off a piece of the wallpaper. And because of that, a scrap was left on the baton lighting.
The killer must have been in a hurry. Their plan took too long. Hajime could have walked in on them.
But going to the trouble of hiding the body and the pillar is very bold and risky.
But the crime itself would be much easier to pull off since they don't have much to do while Hajime's gone. They just have to peel off that wallpaper and stash it in the storage room. It's not that big of a deal.
Then, when was Hyoko actually killed?
Good point. And on that note, it's about time we shed some light on those imitation murders.
You mentioned imitation murder more than once. But what is that?
Are you kidding me? You haven't seen my masterpiece? The Wizard of Monami 2.5D?
Hey, don't put my likeness in your movies without my permission.
You're pretty noisy for someone who eats mothballs.
I don't eat mothballs. I just enjoy looking at them. I knew it. There are so many similarities. It must have been intentional.
Ibuki's death by hanging matches the Scarecrow's death from the movie. Not just that, but Hyoko getting taped up after her death matches the lion's death.
It's as if both crimes were replicas of scenes from the movie, although the mutilated Tin Man was omitted.
Okay, I have a big problem with them claiming that they're imitation murders. In the movie, what actually happened was the lion was skewered with arrows, and that pinned him to a tree. This, Hyoko was stabbed and then taped up to the pillar, which that's not really the same thing. Like, if you want somebody skewered, just look at the first game. What happened to Junko at the very beginning? Minor spoiler for the beginning of Danganronpa, but it sounds like something the Grimm brothers would write. It really does. It really does. But like, with none of the moralistic irony attached to it.
But why did the killer go to all this trouble in the first place?
Based on what we know, the reason the killer chose these imitations isn't that difficult to figure out.
The reason the killer imitated the two victims in the movie, I should be able to explain that now. It's to mix up the killing order.
I see.
The reason the killer imitated two of the murders from the movie was so he'd mix up the killing order.
Then, Hyoko was actually killed before Ibuki?
A valid line of reasoning.
Yeah, it's valid. The condition of Ibuki's body suggests that as well.
What do you mean? If you're going to cry and beg like that, then I guess I'll hear about the condition of Ibuki's body.
Nobody was crying or begging, sir.
I'm not even crying.
There we go.
I'll let you sob as much as you want later. Just hurry up and tell me before I change my mind.
What a jerk!
Oh, I see. You want me to explain it to you, right? Because you don't understand what I'm saying, right?
An even bigger jerk? Impossible!
Look,
It's a
Ibuki died because she hanged herself, right?
I almost said something really bad just now. Let's just gloss over that and move on.
That means when she was still alive, her feet were touching the floor.
What's wrong with that?
But it seems Ibuki was still standing when Hyoko was killed. That would mean Hyoko was killed before Ibuki.
How light. Your words are so light as the sylph's feather. Your opponent is out of your league. It is too absurd to try to perplex me so inadequately.
Man, he's being annoying again.
First and foremost, you claim Ibuki's feet were touching the floor when Hiyoko was killed. How can a low-class creature with no psychic abilities like you know something like that?
Because she was doing something that's only possible if her feet were on the floor.
It seems you suffer from a pathetic delusion.
You're one to talk.
Anyway, if this continues, we're just gonna talk in circles. I think it's best if we clarify Ibuki's status when Hiyoko was killed. Blood on the souls, motel room key, scrap of paper, step lighter, candle. I think it'd probably be blood on the souls. Let's see.
When Hiyoko died, Ibuki's feet were on the floor.
I am telling you to present your evidence.
Did you see her walking?
If her feet were on the floor, was there any sign she stepped on something?
Were there even any footprints at the crime scene?
Maybe her feet were on the floor. But she was like sitting or something. So instead, there'd be a mark on her ass.
Weak, I say!
Ah!
It doesn't even pierce my heart.
These lines of static are getting annoying. Chiaki said Ibuki was still standing when Hiyoko was killed, but is that really true?
When Hiyoko died, Ibuki's feet were on the floor.
I am telling you to present your evidence.
Did you see her walking?
If her feet were on the floor,
I think I got it.
was there any sign she stepped on something?
Boom! There was! That's what the blood came from!
Just as Sonia said, Ibuki stepped on something. That something was blood. There were faint blood stains on the soles of her slippers.
That is not Ibuki's blood, right? She suffered no external injuries.
That's true.
Then it's Hiyoko's blood.
Hiyoko's only wound was a fatal slice on her neck. And she died almost instantly, right?
If Ibuki stepped on her blood...
It means Ibuki was still standing when Hiyoko was mortally wounded. Which means Ibuki was still alive at the exact moment Hiyoko was killed.
Don't underestimate the power of the
Okay.
evil eye!
He almost didn't have enough time to get that before the screen exploded.
Is that it? A shepherd dressed in his Sunday's finest still reeks of lamb, Hajime Hinata.
Excuse me, what?
Does that mean you have a rebuttal?
Does that mean you have a rebuttal? That's a good line.
I think that's the first time this whole game I've heard him actually talk normally.
But are you sure you're sure? If I show you how serious I am, this world might be destroyed, you know. You're so frightened you can't even make a sound. It seems you've realized our difference in status. However, the time for conviction starts now. You better entertain me to the fullest.
Why does someone with my name talk about the evil eye? Well, would you prefer they talk about giant robots instead? Alright, how does this go again?
You're saying the blood on Ibuki's feet belongs... Ha! Impossible! Try to remember the crime. There was no blood on... You can't step on blood that was never there. Just about one you can see a nice nightmare.
How does this work again? Despite his exaggerated protest, I feel like I've already seen an opening to counter. Is this a trap?
You're saying the blood on Ibuki's feet belonged to Hio... Ha! Impossible! Try to remember the crime scene. There was no blood on the floor. You can't step on blood that was never there.
I can't go through these quick enough.
Just a... Did you see a nice nightmare?
Alright, I got it. The smudge on the floor.
You're saying the blood on Ibuki's feet belonged to Hiyoko? Ha! Impossible! Try to remember the crime scene. There was no... You can't step on blood that was never there. Just about
All right,
1 minute.
I got it.
See a nice nightmare?
What the? Why is it?
You're saying the blood on Ibuki's feet belongs... Ha! Impossible!
Just watch.
Try to remember the crime scene. There was no blood on the floor.
Got it!
Allow me to cut through those words.
Phew.
That's not it.
Again, these freaking controls are so finicky.
Don't say such foolish things. You don't have proof of that at all.
Yes, I do. If you look closely, there's a streak on the floor where blood was wiped away.
When the killer tried to hide Hyoko's body, they probably cleaned the blood at the same time, but Ibuki must have already stepped in it, and the killer probably didn't even realize it.
The reason they wiped off the blood on the floor was so we'd mix up the order of the murders, right? Even if they're able to hide Hyoko's body, it'd be bad if her blood was left out in the open.
This is why I never joined any debate clubs in my life. Why? Because of finicky controls? You know, it's funny that you bring that up. I actually was a member of my high school's speech and debate team, except I was firmly on the speech side, not the debate side. And I used to catch such hell from the rest of the members of my team because I talk fast, if not faster than a lot of the debaters. So I always got fussed after that. It's like, you talk so fast, you would be amazing in debates. Please join our mock trial team. But unfortunately, I was not into Ace Attorney at that time, so I had no interest in the mock trial team. Whoops. Too many shooting There's too many shooting, skateboarding, and sword cutting in the debate club. Yep, that's what happened. That's how it was. Ah, yes, our good old rebuttal showdowns. So many injuries resulting in high schoolers clumsily wielding swords around.
Plus, Ibuki's body was left out in the open, and it wasn't bleeding from any open wounds at all.
Hyoko's body was probably wrapped in duct tape to stop her bleeding.
Also, I totally understand being public speaking being stressful, legit. I don't mean to poke fun. I totally understand where you're coming from there. Who public speaking is my job. Even I get a little antsy sometimes if I have to talk in front of a lot of people. So I totally get that.
Actually, the bleeding will stop once the heart stops beating. So I don't think they had to go that far.
Aside from Mikon, none of us were aware of that fact, so the killer probably did not know it either.
Maybe the heater was running inside the music venue so it would screw with Mikon's autopsy?
That's right! I didn't know the time of death because of the heater!
If the time of death wasn't mentioned in the Monokuma file just to keep concrete evidence from us.
Yep. Since we have all this evidence, there's no one else who wants to object, right? Then it's decided. Hyoko was killed before Ibuki.
It appears that it is wiser to retreat for now. Fine then, but regardless of good or evil, there's no deceit in upholding one's convictions.
Whatever you say, bud.
Can't you just shut up and back off?
Now then, let us resume our debate.
Wait a sec. There's something I want to run by Monokuma first.
Huh? Again? Didn't something like this happen last time, too?
Hey, if the victim actually committed suicide, what are we supposed to do?
Huh? Suicide?
The same as always. You have to vote for who the killer is. Think about it. A suicide means you've killed the most important existence of all, yourself. Unfortunately, that means there's no Blacken to punish, but I guess in a pinch, I can always punish Monami.
Why me?
Nagito? What do you mean? If the victim actually committed suicide?
Well, I mean, I understand Hyoko's death, but I'm wondering if Ibuki was really murdered. For example, it's possible Ibuki killed Hyoko, and then committed suicide due to a guilty conscience, right?
That's totally impossible! Then she never would have killed her to begin with!
She was afflicted by the despair disease, remember? that means anything can happen.
Ah, yes, that incredibly convenient motive which deletes everybody's personalities and means anything can happen. That's what that means. Ugh. Freaking hate the despair disease so much as a motive. I hate it so much.
But if Ibuki's the killer, she wouldn't have been able to falsify the sequence of the murders, right? After Hajime saw the hanged body, the sudden appearance of Hiyoko's body soon after means the killer had to be alive at that time.
Then she was alive. When Hajime first discovered Ibuki, she was just pretending to be dead. If she waited until Hajime left, that's when she could have made her move and mess with the crime scene.
It's, kinda hard to pretend to hang like that, though.
She hanged herself, remember? There's no fucking way she could have faked that.
Thank you for being the, surprising voice of reason, Fuyuhiko.
And if she was going to fake her death, I think she wouldn't have chosen hanging. Her body would have been defenseless in that state. If anyone touched her, that alone would have ruined her plan.
I see. So that means there's no doubt that someone killed those two. I'm glad. Now I'm free to search for the killer.
What the heck?
There's still one more issue on my mind. If Ibuki didn't commit suicide, then just what was that video Hajime saw?
Huh?
According to that video you saw, Ibuki was by herself when she climbed the stepladder, right?
If somebody would know how to fake a hanging, it would be a rock star. They use harnesses and stuff in crazy acts, right? Yeah, but look at what she's wearing. You know, unless she was hiding a harness or something underneath the hospital gown, there's no way she could have pulled that off. And there was no sign of a harness or any sort of safety wire or anything at the crime scene. I mean, I understand where you're coming from, and in another scenario, it could totally be likely, but not here. I like that idea, though. That's a good idea.
Then does that mean someone forced her to do it?
Forced? Perhaps they used hypnotism or something?
I don't know anything about that.
Don't say it all proud.
Putting that aside, it seems obvious that the killer did something. So, maybe we should figure out who was able to do whatever that was.
So, an alibi. Then our plan is to destroy the weakest alibi.
You are the weakest alibi. Goodbye.
Since Hajime has seen the video, it is clear what time the crime took place.
But just to be sure, that surveillance camera doesn't have a record function, right?
It's a cheap-ass surveillance camera, you know? There's no way it'd have some kind of sweet recording feature.
Then, the video Hajime saw was actually live?
What time did Hajime see that video?
I saw it at the hospital, right before Monokuma's morning announcement. And I saw the body at the music venue a little after Monokuma's announcement.
So Ibuki hanged herself right before Monokuma's announcement. And since we established that Hiyoko was killed before Ibuki, that means the time that the murders occurred was before and during the announcement.
Then, we just have to find the person who doesn't have an alibi during that time?
Now then, I shall issue my decree. Let Operation Destroy the Weakest Alibi commence.
Ma'am, yes, ma'am. So, who's got the weakest alibi? We've got Mikan's account, we got Fuyuhiko's account, we got Sonya's account, and we got 2 useless ones.
We can exclude the sick people like me and Akane, right?
And what about the others?
Right before the morning announcement, I was totally sleeping in my motel room.
I think everyone at the motel was doing that.
So everyone who stayed at the motel doesn't have an alibi.
What about you guys?
I was where I was supposed to be, my own cottage.
That's not an alibi.
Aside from those afflicted by the disease, if nobody has an alibi, then Operation Destroy the Weakest Alibi has failed!
Thank you for the hydrate, Stumpy. I will take care of that in a moment. The murder supposedly happened before and during the morning announcement. The person who doesn't have an alibi for that time... Hold on. Okay, Hiyoko was distraught because... Okay, that doesn't tell us anything. After Fuyuhiko met Mikan in front of the hospital, they searched for Ibuki. Right up until the morning announcement...
I like you and want you to pick me over Pinky or anything, okay?
Thank you! Thanks, Sleepy! Afterwards, she went to the hospital to check on everyone, realized that Ibuki had disappeared. She apparently met up with Fuyuhiko afterwards. Right up until the morning announcement. That's it. That's it. It's Mikan. It's Mikan's account.
We can exclude the sick people like me and Akane, right?
And what about the others?
Right before the morning announcement, I was totally sleeping in my motel room.
I think everyone at the motel was doing that.
So everyone who stayed at the motel doesn't have an alibi.
What about you guys?
I was where I was supposed to be, my own cottage.
That's not an alibi.
Is it not?
Aside from those afflicted by the disease, if nobody has an alibi, then...
Nope,
that's wrong.
somebody doesn't have an alibi.
Hold on. Not all of us are missing an alibi. In fact, Mikan and I both have alibis.
You two have alibis?
Uh-oh, am I gonna need the blur?
Up until I saw that hanging video, Mikan and I were actually together for a while.
We even woke up together that morning.
There we go.
Hey, what kind of situation is that?
Shut up, Kazuichi.
I accidentally fell asleep on top of Hajime.
Too much info.
Yeah, it's not like that. She just came to tell me Nagato's condition had improved.
Yes, in the last stream there were some rather suggestive scenes that I had to censor for the sake of not getting demonetized.
And we went to the hospital together afterward. So we were together until
If you're really curious about those scenes, you can go look them up online.
I get it. You guys have alibis.
If that's the case, the killer must be someone else.
It's better if we think about it like that. The killer decided to falsify the murder
Will
sequence
do, he
to hide
says.
the actual time of the crime anyway.
So it's inevitable that an alibi for both before and during the morning announcement would be very important.
It feels like Operation Destroy the Weakest Alibi has backed us into a corner instead.
But committing an imitation murder, is that really all it was?
Huh?
Faking the time the crime occurred by falsifying the murder sequence, hiding their alibi in the process? Was that the only reason the killer made both bodies imitate the movie?
Are you saying there was another reason?
I feel really bad for confusing you guys so much, but that's how I feel.
You are such a liar, my dude. You live for this sort of messy drama.
I think the killer had a completely different reason for falsifying the murder sequence.
The killer had a different reason? If that's the case, are we still in the killer's trap? Inside a trap set by one of us? If so, then whose? And what kind of trap is it? Class trial suspended.
Hiya!
Why, hello there, Monomi! The moss balls sure look tasty today! Stop it! Stop it! Don't characterize me as someone who lives off moss balls! And here's some chance time! Ha-ha-ha! What's that? Now then, Monomi's appeal time starts now! Huh? Appeal time? Your kind-hearted big
brother is gonna give you the chance to reclaim your honor. Good luck! Show those jerks who treat you like a red-headed stepchild who's boss! That's 99% your fault! While you're rewinding, your time's already running out, so please make your appeal simple. About 30,000 words or so? That's too long! It'll just be a boring appeal! Come on, if your appeal's successful, there might be merchandise opportunities headed your way! Then... I'm Usami! Magical miracle girl Usami! I'm an itty-bitty girl who's sweet like milk! Jeez. And I thought a certain robot's little sister was supposed to be the best.
What a disappointment!
Who are you talking about? I have no clue whatsoever. So I really feel like those are supposed to be like references to Japanese culture, but they just get lost in the American translation. Am I the only one who finds them like completely unfunny in any regard? Anyway, I am going to step away for a quick second to refill on my water because I have a hydrate redeem that needs to be redeemed. Yes, because the class trials got so long in this one, they were not suspended in the first game. They started suspending them and breaking them up into 2 parts with this one, just because the trials got so stinking long. And V3 does it as well. Because their trials also go on for quite a while. So, I'm gonna step away for a quick second to get some water. I will be back in just a moment. I'll save my game when I get back. And I'm back. I'm back. Luckily, the sink is just like right next to my desk, so. Save my game. Yes, I will do that, Stumpy. Thank you. I was shouting at Stumpy that I would save my game when I came back. That's what I was shouting off mic. All right, let's save over that and let's get back to it. Jump right back in.
I'm Monami. Once again, I've been put in such an unreasonable situation. Seriously, he's like the king of unreasonableness. Why did it turn out like this? We were supposed to have a fun, friendly school trip, but it turned out all bloody instead. No! This definitely cannot be allowed. That's why I want you to remember this. Everyone, do your very best. Don't lose to yourself. And don't forget to save frequently.
And back to it. The reason the killer did an imitation murder is a reason other than falsifying the murder sequence. Does something like that even exist?
Huh. It suddenly got quiet in here. Did I confuse you? If so, I wish I could die from self-loathing.
Believe me, you're not the only one.
Man, this again.
If that's the case, it would have been just dandy if they had gone ahead and killed me too. If that happened, the imitation would have been perfect. So why didn't they do that?
Well, it's against the rules to kill 3 people in the first place.
That rule is too harsh. I couldn't get killed because of that.
He's literally pouting!
Seriously, just shut up already! Shut up forever!
But I'm thinking about it again, and he's totally right. It feels incomplete.
Because they didn't kill 3 people like the movie did? That's only because of Monokuma's rule.
So I'm just now noticing this. Nekomaru's face is like completely blank. Obviously because he's not here during this trial, but they didn't even put up like a representation of him. Like, the other students are dead and they have portraits. I just find it strange that Nekomaru just has a blank space where he's supposed to be, and there's no sort of stand-in for him during this trial. Just something that I noticed.
It's not just that. Come on, try to remember the content of the movie. About the lion that got killed second.
That's the one Hiyoko's body was imitating, right?
I still don't understand why they kill in the first place. So the main conceit of the Danganronpa games is a bunch of students are trapped in a location, and Monokuma initiates the killing game, in which you can leave if you murder somebody else and you get away with it. But in order to ensure fairness and what have you, whenever a murder occurs, a class trial then follows so that they have a chance to figure out who the killer is. And like Monokuma said at the top of the trial, if they get it right, only the killer is punished. If they get it wrong, everyone is punished and the killer gets away scot-free. Hence why there's killing.
Even though we're calling it an imitation, the lion was actually pinned by arrows, right?
Thanks for the lurk, Legit! Hope you enjoy the rest of the stream and enjoy the rest of your day!
But Hiyoko's body was suspended by common household duct tape.
Maybe they just used a common substitute because it was too difficult to imitate the arrows.
Well, that's probably it, but that attitude is what makes this feel incomplete. If falsifying the murder sequence was the killer's plan from the very beginning, they should have taken steps to properly imitate it.
But if we never realized it was a half-assed imitation, their entire plan would have been completely useless.
What are you trying to say? Are you saying the imitation wasn't planned?
This is the fourth trial. Actually, this is the third trial. This is class trial number 3. We're not at 4 yet. Yeah, even if they do find the killer, they're still stuck there. But if they don't find the killer, they all die. It's a pretty awful situation to be stuck in. And that's basically what the whole game it's a despair-inducing situation, which is what the entire game is built around. Inflicting as much despair upon these characters as it possibly can.
I'm saying, Hiyoko's murder wasn't.
What?
Hiyoko's murder wasn't planned?
I understand that imitation wasn't enough, but aren't you making a bunch of assumptions?
It's not just the poor imitation. There are also other strange details.
Strange details? Like what?
Like, for example, why did Hiyoko go to the music venue?
Why did Hiyoko go to the music venue?
So, you're saying the truth behind Hiyoko's murder is hidden?
I have no freaking clue what you're trying to say.
However, this is getting quite interesting. My 4 dark devas of destruction are getting riled up.
Why Hiyoko went to the music venue? If that's the key to all this, I need to find that out, no matter the cost. All right, let's see. Oh wow, that's a lot of bullets in the chamber right now.
Why did Hiyoko go to the music venue? There's no way we'd know that!
Oh, I got it!
Maybe the killer summoned her.
If that's not it, maybe she got abducted by the killer.
No, maybe. She went of her own free will.
Or she was guided by the will of causality.
I got it. I need to find out why Hiyoko went to the music venue first.
Why did Hiyoko go to the music venue? There's no way we'd know that!
Maybe the killer summoned her.
No, that's not it.
If that's not it, maybe she got abducted by the killer.
No, there was no sign of a struggle.
No, maybe. She went of her own free will.
Bingo!
I agree with that.
Consensus is important, guys.
It's just as Sonia said. She went to the music venue of her own free will.
So, exactly as I assumed.
We had that whole conversation in Hiyoko's room.
If no one called for her, then why did she go?
Hiyoko locked herself in her room because she was being overly cautious of the despair disease, you know? I don't think a person like that would leave their room just because someone called for them.
There's no way she got abducted?
Hiyoko locked the room she was staying in before she went out.
If she was forcibly taken from her room, there's no way she would have had time to lock it.
Yep.
The killer could have locked her door, right? Just to hide the fact Hiyoko got abducted.
Then they couldn't have hidden her room key that deep in her kimono. They would have put it somewhere more obvious. Otherwise, there's no point in messing with the crime scene if nobody finds the key. At the time, you were the one who actually took out the key, right? Then something like that...
I won't lose!
Uh-oh! Here we go again with the bad controls.
Are you saying my gut was wrong? This could be my first and last highlight of the day. Why won't you just let me shine already?
No, we're blocking her shine, y'all!
Shut up! Enough with your fancy talk. I'll shut you up right now.
Here goes. She does look like a bit of a monster here, doesn't she?
Hiyoko was locked inside her room, right? She definitely got abducted or something. The killer forced their way into Hiyoko's room and forcibly abducted her. The girl is so small and weak-looking. And that's why the killer targeted her.
Advance!
But Hiyoko's room was locked. The key was deep inside her kimono, remember? It's more likely that Hiyoko locked the door herself.
The killer was the one who locked the door. So what if the key was in her kimono? Maybe the killer just put it there later.
There's no reason for the killer to put the key in Hiyoko's kimono. The killer probably didn't realize she even had the key.
Hold on! Try remembering Hiyoko's buck. Her kimono was off. There's only one reason her kimono would be that messed up. She fought the killer!
No!
Allow me to cut through those words!
She did not fight the killer!
The reason Hiyoko's kimono was messed up was because she wasn't able to properly wear it.
Wear her kimono?
Yeah, it's also the reason why she decided to go out on her own.
Because there's a full-length mirror in the music venue, remember? That's why she went. The mirror in her room was all busted and rusted over.
Hiyoko seemed to be really struggling with wearing her kimono. I believe that was one of the reasons she locked herself in her room. That is why I informed her. I told her that there was a full-length mirror at the music venue, and I suggested that she use it.
Then, the reason her kimono was messed up wasn't because she fought the killer.
Yeah, she went to the venue on her own just to fix her messed up kimono.
I get it. I lost. Boil me, burn me, take off my clothes. Do whatever you want to me.
Hajime, now's your chance. Make her admit defeat.
Oh my god,
Or better yet,
Kazuichi,
make her do a
shut
little
up!
Something.
Hell no! Thank you for being the reasonable one, sir.
Then, the killer probably couldn't have assumed that Hiyoko would go to the music venue.
Though that may not apply to Sonia, since she provided Hiyoko with that information.
Though I knew she would go there, there is no way I could have predicted when she would arrive.
Don't go doubting Miss Sonia, you cretin. I'll put you and your hamsters 6 feet under.
Kazuichi, it seems you have quite the fashion sense. Do you want me to incinerate your clothes? Perhaps I could do that while you're wearing them.
Gundam, please stop! For his sake.
Huh? What do you mean, for my sake?
She's saying you're a weak-ass punk.
Of course. I've already overlooked no less than 10 opportunities to kill you.
So, not to be cringe or anything, my edgelord D&D character actually said something very similar to this, to another party member. During my Curse of Strahd campaign, one of my party members, while quote-unquote staying in character, attempted to blow me up with Fireball. Now, luckily, I survived. And after begging and pleading with my DM to just let me take a free hit at him, but he refused. We had a little confrontation, in-character confrontation during our next meeting, in which my character had him pinned to the ground with the crossbow bolt right between his eyes, and basically she said something along the lines of, "If I had wanted to kill you, you would have been dead 10 times over already," or something to that effect. Sheesh. Ugh, the cringe. The cringe is so real. Being an edgelord is hard, man. Having to say stupid, edgy stuff like that. But by the way, we were totally fine after all that. We got all our aggression out. We were fine. We're totally cool. Hello, Zach. Welcome. Thanks so much for tuning in. We're still deep in the class trial. I may not have my first D&D character fully fleshed out yet, but I do know she's not an edgelord. Thank goodness. There's too many of those floating around. Sorry I missed Inverse. Hey, it's all right, man. The VOD is gonna be up later tonight, so you can catch it. You can catch it on the VOD.
Even if the killer couldn't predict it, why did Hiyoko get killed in the music venue?
The only thing I can think of is, it was an unfortunate coincidence.
Coincidence?
When she went to the venue by herself, she was probably just unlucky and walked in on the crime scene.
She was killed so there wouldn't be any loose ends?
It probably happened when the killer was preparing to kill Ibuki. The killer most likely had already placed the hemp bag over her head, and without hesitation,
killed Hiyoko.
Because the killer used that coincidence for their crime, it made this case even trickier.
So yeah, that's the reason Hiyoko got killed. It had nothing to do with anything. She was literally in the wrong place at the wrong time. That is the only reason she is dead. Which, as far as reasons for being killed goes, is one of the laziest and weakest in this whole game. In this whole game, it is the weakest and laziest excuse for why somebody got killed. Don't get me wrong, I did not like Hiyoko. Anyone here can tell you I am not her fan. But it is still a stupid reason to die. Yes, the writing for this trial is by and large the weakest. But I have a whole thing on that I'll address once we finish up the trial.
That's the reason they imitated the movie to falsify the murder sequence.
Which means that low-down scoundrel didn't plan on committing imitation murders at first.
Then what was the killer actually planning to do? They've been cunning this far. There's no way they'd kill Ibuki without a plan.
Do you have any ideas?
Do you?
Damn, we don't know the most important part.
Unfortunately, I feel wrong place, wrong time is more commonplace in the real world than we'd like to believe. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I agree with you, but given the meaning, given how everybody else's deaths had like some really strong meaning behind them, like Byakuya died because he was trying to protect everybody. Mahiru died because Peko saw her as a threat to Fuyuhiko. Even though she was trying to make amends. Ibuki also, this is also kind of a weak reason for her to die, but there are other stronger reasonings behind why people had to die. Aside from, I was just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Whoopsie, I'm dead now. Sound the body discovery announcement. In a game like this, where deaths are laden with meaning, it's really weak. But in like the real world and like crime dramas and stuff like that, yeah, it's a perfectly viable excuse. Yeah, they're much more interesting when they stray away from reality. It's more realistic, but it's a bad plot device. Like, have you ever seen Have you ever seen a murder mystery where you're watching and the detective is like, could it have been blackmail? Could it have been an affair? Could it have been, oh, they were just literally in the wrong place at the wrong time? It's a letdown! It's a letdown for the cast and for the audience. It just seems like padding when they don't come up with a good reason for the murder. Yeah, exactly it. Yeah, this is, by and large, this is voted one of the worst cases in the whole Danganronpa franchise. There's another one in V3 there that comes really close to this, to being this level of awful, but we'll get to that when we get to that. The killer's plan from the beginning. I'm pretty sure we're very, very close.
Hey, Nagito, any ideas?
Hey, how long are you gonna stay quiet?
Oh, am I allowed to speak? I'm so happy I'm getting goosebumps. Everyone actually needs help from scum like me.
So what do you think?
I love how put out Hajime sounds every time he has to interact with Nagito.
I was thinking
so
about
good.
it while I had my mouth shut. But now I'm finally able to come to a conclusion. Ibuki definitely didn't commit suicide.
Huh? What are you talking about?
I thought there might be a possibility that she faked her death and tampered with the crime scene. But now I remember. There was blood on Ibuki's slippers.
Bro, we covered this like an hour ago!
So if she faked her death and walked around the music venue tampering with the crime scene, there'd be bloody footprints left in various places throughout the venue. So that's why I think there's no way she faked her death. There's no way Ibuki committed suicide.
The first game's double murder was also the weakest, but it was still somewhat believable with the culprit's motives. Yeah, I have some arguments there as well, but at least they were somewhat believable. This one is just, as you'll see, all over the place. And yes, Hiyoko is voiced by the magnificent Kira Buckland, and she did a great job with Hiyoko. Foul-mouthed and tiny as the character was, Kira did a wonderful job with her.
You know, we already finished talking about that a while ago.
Huh? Really? That's annoying. I guess I should just awkwardly laugh about it then.
This is like somebody trying to read social cues and trying to figure out how to act.
Are you freaking kidding me? There's no limit to how useless you can be.
No. Wait a minute. If Ibuki had blood on her feet, there'd be footprints all over the place if she kept walking around?
That's strange. That's very strange.
This is strange? What's strange?
I see. It's not something we finished talking about. Those footprints, there's still an important clue left that we completely overlooked. Just as Nagito said, if she had blood on her feet, she would have left footprints. Then why weren't there any footprints on the stepladder? There was blood on the stepladder, but not on the steps themselves.
I can prove it with this. If Ibuki used the stepladder to hang herself, it's strange that there weren't any footprints on it.
I found out a while ago that Nagito actually has a form of dementia, which might explain some of his behavior, but not necessarily the insanity. Was it dementia? I had heard that he had some sort of issue with his brain, but I didn't know it was dementia. That would explain it. Wouldn't excuse it, but does explain it.
Huh? There weren't?
Yeah, that stepladder was completely clean. No footprints or bloodstains at all.
You noticed such a small detail! How amazing! This is truly the talent of a chosen ultimate!
What are you talking about? You were obviously leading us to this. That's why you brought up the suicide topic after all this time. Nagito Komaeda, you're definitely someone I shouldn't underestimate.
But didn't you say you saw that video of Ibuki climbing the stepladder? Then I think there's no doubt that she really did climb
noticed there was something funny about that video.
I see. So there was some kind of trick arranged in that video,
But that's something only Hajime would know, since he's the only one who saw that video.
So, just as I thought, it comes down to that. The mystery surrounding this incident is contained in that video. And whether or not we can reach that hidden truth is all up to me.
Hajime, I leave it in your hands.
As long as I leave this to you, I won't tell you to do your best, but oh well. You should get started already.
Yeah, I'll definitely try.
Was that supposed to be encouraging? Is this supposed to make me feel better? If there was some hidden clue in that video, I should have seen something strange as I watched it. I'm the only one who can clear that up. I'm the only one who actually saw that video. So I'm the only one who can do it. The hanging video that I saw. Based on everything we know from the debates thus far, I should be able to figure out what's strange. Maybe the killer used the stepladder during the video and then swapped Hibuki afterwards? That's possible. I think you're right about the stepladder being suspicious, though.
That's right, I remember now. There was definitely something strange about that video.
Can you explain it to us?
What's strange is that stepladder I mentioned earlier. It's true that the steps of that stepladder weren't dirty, but on one side, there was a bloodstain, right on the left side of the stepladder.
Right! There wasn't any blood in the video!
However, that contradicts the video I saw at the hospital.
So maybe they did swap out
There weren't any
stepladders.
bloodstains on the stepladder in the video.
I think you got it, KRT.
That is truly strange. If the video showed the moment of Ibuki's death, then Hiyoko should have already been dead by that point.
Even so, the fact is the stepladder had blood on it at the actual crime scene. But the stepladder in the video was completely bloodless.
And there's no way the video was recorded in advance. If that's the case, the only thing I can think of is...
It's possible those two stepladders were completely different.
One of them was actually a ladder! No, nothing.
Wait, are you saying there were two stepladders?
But where would you find another stepladder? There was only one stepladder in the music venue.
Thank you, I'm glad somebody got it. Thank you, Zach.
Then one of the stepladders was somewhere other than the music venue. What do you mean?
You're suggesting that the stepladder in the video isn't the only thing that's different. Am I right?
Thank you very much for the duck, Stumpy. Wah, wah, wah. By the way, how are the blurps sounding? They're coming in a little soft for me. Are the blurps sounding okay for y'all, volume-wise?
That's amazing, Chiaki. All that gaming has given you incredible deduction skills. Is it okay to say that?
What are you two talking about?
They sound fine? Okay, they sound quiet on my end, but I'll just listen a little bit closer. The stepladder isn't the only thing that's different, huh? Chiaki said that the stepladder was at a different place, but if that's the case, the thing that's different between that video and the actual scene of the crime, is that thing the place where the killer did something? Okay, so hang on. What are we actually trying to figure out here? What's the difference between the video I saw and the actual crime scene? What's the difference? Difference... F? F... I... Film? Whoa, that was close! That was close! Filming? Is it filming? Filming something or other. Ow, 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 ow. That's fine. That's fine. Filming L. Filming... Look. Ah! I think I got it. No! Give me that C, give me that C, give me that C. Location! The filming shoot, I think I goofed up. Filming locate. Please stop blowing up. Everything, please stop blowing up. Okay. T. I. Crap. Get that O. Get that O. Get that O. Filming locate. No! Filming location. It was filmed somewhere else. It was not filmed in front of a live studio audience. Oh God, I hate this game.
Right. Besides the stepladder, the filming location must have been different too.
What do you mean?
I mean, the video I saw was not filmed at the music venue. It was filmed somewhere else.
It was pre-recorded. Actually,
by the music venue camera, you know.
Actually, no. It was not. It was not pre-recorded. It was a live feed, but it was a live feed from somewhere else.
Then there's a possibility that the killer also tampered with the surveillance camera unit.
In order to show this that they filmed the video at the music venue instead of somewhere else, what did the killer do to that surveillance camera unit? Here we go. Da 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 da. Go. At least this one at least this minigame I'm somewhat good at. Uh-oh. Let's not talk before. Let's not talk big until we get past this. All right, here we go. Question 1. Which part of the surveillance camera unit did the killer tamper with? The camera, the monitor, or both? It was just the camera, I believe. Yep, back to mind surfing. I don't know, what's better? What's better? Mind surfing or mind chess? Ah, no! Womp womp. My bad. Okay, so I don't know a lot about investigations, but I do know that there's like mind chess that's involved on Edgeworth's part. So, what would be cooler, playing mind chess or playing mind surfboard? This is a little trippy. My apologies to anyone who has motion sickness. Huh. Did the killer tamper with the camera at the music venue or the hospital? It would have to be the music venue, right? Because the one at the hospital was totally normal. Yeah, I think you're right. I think mind surfing is infinitely cooler. I think I can do it. Woo! Ah! Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't run into the propellers. Ah! All right, we're good. Question 3. What did the killer do with the camera from the music venue surveillance unit? The only one who could have increased the signal was Kazuichi. I think they took it with them. This reminds me of one of the cool math games I used to play as a kid. Man, weren't those edutainment games we had when we were kids dope? I remember computer class and playing stuff like Oregon Trail and Odell Lake and Number Munchers and all those fun games, man. They don't make educational games like they used to.
That's it.
Math Blasters! Yes! Math Blasters and Number Munchers and what was that one? What was that one where you were playing as the guy with the hat and his jacket pulled all the way up where you couldn't see his face? There were a couple in that line. I think the Learning Company put them out. I can't remember what they were called. Papa's Pizzeria. Is that a precursor to Five Nights at Freddy's? I actually have not heard of Papa's Pizzerias. Oh my god, it's gonna drive me crazy not knowing what those games are, because I used to play the snot out of them in computer class. You do have educational Minecraft. Yeah, that's true. It is cool that Minecraft is being used for educational purposes. I love it when a game can reach out and like teach you something instead of just being purely for entertainment. Not in like an edutainment sort of way, but like actually teaching you like real life skills that you need to learn to make it in life. Anyway, I'm gonna look up what that Learning Company game is later. I'm sure I'm gonna remember it. I'm sure I'm gonna remember it later. I'm sure there's a Carne skin in Minecraft somewhere. Oh, I'm sure there is. On some obscure Japanese server, there's a Carne skin. Too bad I don't play Minecraft because I'm really bad at building things.
With it, they made me think it was a live feed from the venue, when it was actually from somewhere else.
Then only the monitor was left in the music venue?
Yes, at least when I first discovered Ibuki's body. But when Hyoko's body appeared, the killer probably put the camera back too.
That means you should have realized that from the start and made this easier on all of us.
He did discover the body.
Ma'am, please.
I doubt his attention was focused on the camera.
Well, that's true, but in order to hide that the camera was missing, the killer did one more thing to the remaining monitor.
They busted it. The thing the killer did to the remaining monitor was destroyed it, remember?
The killer smashed the monitor to pieces, destroying it. As long as it was in pieces, you wouldn't be able to tell if the camera was actually there or not. My attention was so focused on the body that even I couldn't have noticed something like that.
And the moment Hajime left the music venue, the killer put back the camera they took.
And they destroyed it and left that in pieces as well.
It's easy to say it was filmed somewhere else, but the surveillance camera's connection wasn't that strong.
Despite Kazuichi's desperate repair efforts, it seems it could not transmit from the hospital to the motel.
Yep, still no suspect. We're still piecing together how they set up the crime scene. You see what I mean when I say these trials are really long now?
The fact that it was able to connect between the hospital and the music venue is amazing enough.
Which means, even if it was filmed in another place, as long as it was transmitting to the hospital, the range would be pretty limited. If that's the case, where was the video filmed to make it look like it was filmed at the music venue? I got it. I just need to remember where was the place? Where was the place? The only possibility is that place inside that building. It's the conference room in the hospital! Remember? We found those big blackout curtains there! It's gotta be! Please stop making me play this game. I really don't like this. This particular game is really annoying. Give me a C. Give me a C. There's a C. C! Oh!
You're too slow!
N! F! Oh god! How do I spell conference? Oh no. Oh no. Actually though, how is conference spelled? C-O-N-F-E, right? C-O-N-F. That's just not fair. That would, come on. They were all crunched over there. That's not fair. Conference. Conference room. Okay, it's NCE. NCE. Got it. I know how to spell. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I figured it out in the end. Everyone just spamming conference in my chat. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Get it. Conference spell room, thank you. No! Dang it! I need another O. I need another O. Give me another O. Give me another O. Thank you. O. Now give me another O. Give me another one. No! Damn it! I had that. I had that. There we go. There we go. O. M. Perfect!
I got it!
Yes, I can pronounce synesthesia! I can pronounce it! It's fine! Please stop asking!
It was filmed at the hospital's conference.
Synesthesia! Synesthesia! I got it! I got it now! We're fine! Thank you! Oh, my lord. I need a medical dictionary next to me at all times. Or maybe or just a regular dictionary next to me at all times.
Huh? Conference room?
Yes, she learned. She can be taught! Eventually.
But the hospital and the music venue look completely different.
That's exactly why the killer did something to make those two places resemble each other.
To make the conference room look like the music venue, the killer went ahead and did some work. I've got to make clear what that work was. Yeah, we're figuring it out. We're figuring it out, gang. There's the curtain. I saw it. I saw it.
There's no
Give me
way
that curtain. Give me that
room
curtain. Where's that curtain at?
and the music venue look the same.
Which place resembled the other? Did the conference room look like the music venue? Or did the music venue look like the conference room?
Or did they make some kind of set?
Or they might have tampered with the camera.
I still can't believe he mixed up the filming locations. Hajime, you're pretty stupid.
I don't want to hear that from you, ma'am. In order to make the hospital conference room resemble the music venue, what did the killer do? I should figure that out first. You can shoot early if you already know the answer, but I like going through all the dialogue. One, just to make sure I don't miss something. And two, sometimes they do say some pretty funny stuff at the end, so I like sitting through all the dialogue.
There's no way the conference room and the music venue look the same.
Which place resembled the other? Did the conference room look like the music venue?
No.
Or did the music venue look like the conference?
Boom!
That must be it! What the killer did was make the music venue, the crime scene, look like the conference room. They did that by using the black curtain hanging at the back of the stage.
From what I remember, there used to be a really flashy curtain, but after the incident, it somehow became a plain black curtain that didn't seem to be the right size.
That's right! It's so half-assed, just like Monami.
Oh yeah? Well, your face looks stupid.
That curtain was hung so the music venue would look like the conference room?
In actuality, even though the curtain in the conference room doesn't stand out, it is a black light-blocking curtain that's long enough to reach the floor.
I see. The conference room. Indeed, the floor of that room is the same color as the music venue stage.
Wow, how convenient.
So the killer chose the conference room because they realized the floor matched.
Matching floors, matching curtains. I guess it makes sense you'd mistake the two.
But that's not all. There should be something else the killer did to tamper with the evidence. Probably.
Something else the killer did to make the music venue look like the conference room? It's gotta be that. That's where the candle comes in. And yeah, no, that's totally a self-burn. That's totally a self-burn on Monokuma.
In the music video, right? In the video I saw, a candle was used for lighting. But if you think about it, it's pretty strange. The music venue has good lighting, so there's no reason to even use candlelight.
But wouldn't they have done it to make it feel creepier?
That might have been another reason, but The main reason was probably to tamper with evidence. The lighting in the conference room and the music venue are so different. They couldn't be used during filming. That's why the killer used a candle as film lighting instead.
Which means... Are you saying the candle in the music venue wasn't actually used?
That candle was likely placed there just to make me think it was the same candle that was used in the video.
With candlelight, you can't see things in that much detail. Maybe they were going for that effect. With that cheap-ass camera, it won't capture much in a dark area.
As long as this all matches up, it should be no problem to say this is decided. The video I saw wasn't filmed at the music venue. It was actually filmed at the hospital conference room.
If I'd found proof that evidence in the conference room was altered, we would have reached an answer sooner. But it appears the killer already covered that up, so I didn't find anything when I went there.
Yeah, this means nobody checked the candle to see if it was actually used. Which seems like a pretty obvious clue to overlook, but
there's no mistake. That's the only place within the connection range of the surveillance camera.
The motel would have been too far, and the interior design of the movie theater is too distinctive.
But this must be a surprising turn of events for Hajime. You never suspected that the video you saw in the hospital was being filmed in the conference room.
The incident isn't happening at the scene of a crime. It's occurring in the conference room.
I feel like I've heard Bayside Cops say that before, but isn't it the other way around? That is a reference to, is that another Ace Attorney reference, or is that a reference to another Japanese law drama?
If Ibuki's hanging video was filmed at the hospital's conference room, then was Ibuki killed at the conference room too?
No, that's not possible. Right after Hajime saw that video, he discovered Ibuki's body at the music venue.
That video was filmed at the conference room, but Ibuki's body was at the music venue, which means there was a fake somewhere. That fake must have been in the conference room.
I see!
The person wearing the hint bag in that video wasn't Ibuki. It was the killer pretending to be Ibuki. The killer put on a hospital gown, wore a hint bag on their head, and was only pretending to be the victim.
By that time, the real Ibuki must have already been killed.
The actual time of death must have been earlier. Probably around midnight or dawn to avoid witnesses.
If they took Ibuki from the music venue to the hospital to kill her, there's no way it happened during the day.
Ooh, remember, we saw Ibuki wandering around at night. Remember? So that's what happened. Then, no matter how quickly I ran, it was impossible for me to rescue Ibuki. At that moment, I was already in the killer's trap. And the one who set a trap for me was...
But why did the killer go to the trouble of making a fake video just so Hajime could go to the crime scene?
The reason the killer made a fake video... There's only one possibility I can think of. And if I examine that possibility thoroughly, then naturally the killer's identity will reveal itself.
Huh?
You fiend! Are you saying you already know who the killer is?
That's right. I should already know. I should have already known who the killer is. It's not Hajime. It's not Gundam. It's not Akane. It's not Fuyuhiko. It's not Nagito, as much as we want him to be. My apologies, gentlemen. You're about to lose your sexy nurse.
You're the only one! Nikon, you're the killer, aren't you?
What are you talking about?
Like I said, aren't you the killer who murdered Ibuki and Hyoko?
Killer? Huh? I'm the killer? What is this?
Hey, don't you think that's kinda impossible? A chick like her as the killer? She couldn't even kill a fly. In fact, the fly would probably kill her first.
She's right! A clumsy slowpoke like me killing someone? That's completely out of the question!
But we're the only ones. Thanks to that video, we're the only ones who have the advantage of an alibi.
An alibi? Was that the killer's goal?
Now that you mention it, you guys brought that up earlier. Only Hajime and Mikan have an alibi.
It's just a coincidence!
But you're the only one who could have filmed that video in the hospital conference room. Is that also a coincidence?
Shouldn't you get some rest already? You should be exhausted from nursing without any sleep, right?
Then, if you insist, I will use the on-call room upstairs. You must be mentally exhausted, so it's better if you relax in the lobby instead.
At that time, you said you were going to the on-call room, but you actually went to the conference room. That's when you put on a hospital gown that you prepared in advance, put the bag on your head, and began filming. By doing that, you made up a video that showed Ibuki trying to hang herself at the music video. And showed that to me. Furthermore, I saw that video at the hospital lobby. If someone wants to go to the conference room from outside, they have to pass through the lobby.
So it's impossible that someone who wasn't already in the hospital went to the conference room to film.
Not only that, the others in the hospital, Mikane and I, were both delirious from the despair disease.
So that must mean...
Please, wait a second! What are you saying? I'm the killer? That's impossible! There's no way I could kill someone!
It's not literally impossible. Can't you give a better defense than that?
Just shows she can't even do that.
Hey, you sure this chick is really the killer?
Wrong! It's totally wrong! It's not what you think!
Just like Akane said, it is really hard to tie it all together. I mean, Mikan is the killer?
I agree. It is truly difficult to believe someone could be killed by such a slow-witted woman.
That slow-witted remark is not necessary.
It's fine. I've been like this for a long time. In a tournament for social punching bags, I'd easily win first place with my soft reputation. Even I can't deny that. How many times do I have to tell you? It's impossible for me to kill someone. I'm serious. Very serious.
What do you say, Hajime?
Do you still believe this woman is the killer?
Do you hate me that much, Hajime?
Hey, Hajime!
Everyone's ganging up on me. Tricks aside, logic aside, is she really capable of doing something like this? Could it be I'm the one making a mistake? No. In fact, it would be so much easier if I was wrong. If I have this much doubt about someone I've spent so much time with...
Can you hold on a minute?
Oh, God. Huh?
Well, I know I'm being intrusive and all, and I mean, I have no place to say this. I missed all of the critical parts, and I doubt I have anything worth saying at an important time like this.
What are you saying?
But still, there's definitely no way I can overlook the killer this time.
Huh?
I thought it was suspicious all along, from the very beginning.
Are we witnessing a turnabout from Nagito?
Investigating with a suspect in mind creates a different result than investigating with no leads.
Hey, what are you trying to say?
Well, thanks to that, I was able to discover a truth that nobody else knows.
What? Are you serious?
I've been so focused on everybody else this trial. But I guess now's a good time to say it, right?
You'd better not have kept quiet on purpose. This isn't a game, you know.
It is, though.
Actually, this is a game!
There we go.
Please don't say such controversial statements.
Well, what do you know, Nagito?
Well, it's nothing big, really. Only a small, decisive clue that points to the killer.
Dang! That's a huge deal!
A decisive clue? Does something like that really exist?
Let's take a look, shall we? Regarding the rope Ibuki was dangling from. This rope was supplied by the supermarket, right? There weren't any ropes inside the music venue.
Again with the supermarket? That place is a hotspot for criminal goods.
If they got it at the supermarket, that means it was brand new, right?
Yeah, Nagito's cooking. I wouldn't trust what he plates up, but let's let him cook. Let's let him cook for a bit.
What's wrong with that?
I want you to take a close look at this rope. And keep in mind that it's brand new. Near the middle of the rope, it's frayed, as if it was rubbed strongly. But why is it like this? The loop Ibuki used to hang herself is on one end of the rope, and the part of the rope that hung from the baton lighting is on the other end.
Hey, you're taking too long. What's wrong with the rope being frayed?
It means, well, from what I can infer, I think the rope was used like this. The killer wrapped the rope around Ibuki's neck, pulled both ends at full strength, and strangled her. The center of the rope is frayed because that's the part they used to strangle Ibuki.
Hold on. I've been listening to you for a while, and it sounds like you knew about this rope clue all along. What exactly did you say to me during the investigation?
What did he say? So, this rope won't be much of a clue. Then I might as well search another place.
Not everyone cooperates at a class trial. Those who lie and conceal the truth will obviously be here too. Just like this case's killer. I was just copying them a little bit.
Huh? More importantly, what was all that about the rope? The killer strangled Ibuki. And then?
The autopsy is fake? Hold on, let me... Ibuki Miyoda's cause of death was a crushed windpipe as a result of choking. There was a... Okay, so first off, there was no autopsy from Mikan because the heater fudged the times of death. But according to the Monokuma file, it was a result of choking. It didn't specify whether that was being hung or being strangled, so... Technically, the Monokuma file is still correct. The cause of death was indeed a crushed windpipe. It just didn't specify whether that was strangling or hanging. Mikan couldn't calculate the time of death, but she did say the cause of death was hanging. I mean, now that we know she's the killer, she was lying, obviously. Which, again, puts even more suspicion on her. If someone called her out on that, and... Yeah, no, I get it. I get what you're saying. Yeah, Mikan totally lied. She completely lied about the cause of death.
And then I finished speaking.
How is that a decisive clue?
Huh? You didn't notice it? I thought I made the decisive clue very clear.
Nagito's words contain a decisive clue? Is that really true? Here we go. We're getting close to the end, y'all.
Ibuki didn't die from hanging. She was strangled to death.
That's basically the same thing.
Though hanging and strangling seem similar, they're very different. The scars they leave would look different too.
Scars? You mean the rope burn, right?
But we believed it was from a hanging. Why would that be?
Did we fall for someone's lie?
We sure
The
did.
body at the crime scene was hanged, you know. Obviously, we'd assume it was a hanging.
The Monokuma file complicates this too. It never specified hanging or strangulation.
Whoever misunderstood is to blame.
Whoa, 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 careful, careful. Ibuki's true cause of death was strangulation. That fact is a decisive proof that'll lead to the killer. Is that true? It sure is. I got it.
Ibuki didn't die from hanging. She was strangled to death.
That's basically the same thing.
Though hanging and strangling seem similar, they're very different. The scars they leave would look different too.
Scars? You mean the rope burn, right?
But we believed it was from a hanging. Why would that be?
Did we fall for someone's lie?
We sure did. No! Woo!
That must be it.
Almost messed up there at 0 hour.
So that's what happened. We've been falling for the killer's lie this whole time.
Yeah, I believe they probably meant ligature marks, but the game translated it as scars. There's something I want to ask you. There's no doubt Ibuki's cause of death was being hanged by this rope, right?
Yes, she had no other external injuries. So there's no doubt she died from hanging herself.
I see. So Ibuki died by hanging herself.
You said Ibuki hanged herself, but that was a complete lie, wasn't it, Mikan?
That is... well...
You told us the wrong cause of death. You lied, didn't you?
You should have been able to tell the difference between hanging and strangling just by looking. You, Mikan, the ultimate nurse.
Please wait! First of all, I'm not a coroner, so I don't have the medical knowledge to identify injuries like that. That's why it's not my fault if I made a mistake.
You were right. And you have been a great help to us so far.
Don't fall for it, guys!
But even a drunk medical student can notice the difference between a hanging and strangulation.
Ooh. Nagito about to kill somebody else up in here.
I'm not taking her side or anything, but being clumsy and unskilled in this area could lead to a mistake.
He's totally right. I'm such a clumsy mess, and I got so careless.
Mikan nursed me till I got better. There's no way I'm gonna doubt her.
Don't you think her devotion to nursing is what helped her draw Ibuki to her death?
Huh?
And if not, her symptoms were still very serious and caused her to believe what anybody told her. It wouldn't surprise me if she willingly followed Mikan because she was nursing her.
So Mikan volunteered to nurse us? Because she was planning to do this all along?
That's a little... Aren't you like the thief who suspects everyone else of being thieves?
I'm not a criminal. Mikan is. I mean, she's a killer, you know.
You've got it all wrong. Please forgive me.
The biggest flaw with this case is Mikan's motive for killing Ibuki is non-existent. You could argue she had reason to kill Hiyoko by being bullied too much. That could have been the reason for a snap. But no, that's not addressed at all. And that's what I mean. That's what I mean by Hiyoko's death is totally pointless. If they had gone with Hiyoko and Hiyoko took things too far and pushed Mikan to kill her, that would have made for a much more engaging reason. That would have made sense why Hiyoko died, because she would have been the asshole victim at that point. But yeah, no, they just went with wrong place, wrong time. You're dead. Cue the red text on the shadow part of the screen. And yeah, there was no reason to go after. There was no reason to go after any of them. At this point, she had no reason to go after anyone. She could have just as easily convinced Akane to do it, with how much she was scared and sobbing and everything.
I'm sorry, but there's no way I can forgive you. I just can't forgive this crime at all.
Forgiveness or not, we still have not decided if Mikan is the killer.
I see. You guys are kind. Well, if that's the choice everyone makes, then the only thing I can do is back off, I guess. But is that really okay? Is that everyone's hope?
You're friggin' annoying! If you keep talking, I'm seriously gonna beat you up!
But I'm really not the killer. There's no way I'm capable of killing someone.
Is that really true?
Stop it already! That's enough!
I can't stop. I don't want to do this either. Of course I don't want to do this. But I need to do this.
You doubt your friends?
That's not it. I suspect them because I want to believe them.
What the hell does that mean?
I don't think belief and doubt are necessarily opposites.
Huh?
I do doubt her, but I still want to believe her. Belief lies at the heart of that conflict. 'Cause if there's no room for doubt, then there's no reason to believe, is there?
Don't say deep stuff. I don't really get it.
If you want to believe in someone, you need to overcome doubt first. Belief without doubt is simply a lie.
Fine. Do whatever you want. I won't stop you anymore.
Huh? Is that all you can say?
And the switch is flipped.
So in the end, you're all just a bunch of bullies, huh? Justifying your actions with fancy words. Making excuses for why it's not really your fault. Everyone always treats me like that. Always. It's all her fault. She's the one with the problem. I'm done with that! You hear me? I'm done!
Yeah, no, Stephanie does an amazing job here. I 100% agree. The snap! The snap that Mikan has. So good.
Hey, Mikan.
It's not fair. It's not fair. 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 Why won't you forgive me? If you did something wrong, you'd forgive yourself right away. What did I do? Why won't anybody forgive me?
Is acting like this your strategy now? Well, this is annoying. Plus, to be honest, I've run out of ideas. How can we get you to admit it? That's the issue.
If we don't have any clues, why don't we have her give us some?
Huh?
I'm the same as Hajime. I don't want to doubt any of my friends. But still, the truth is one of us murdered two of our friends. That's why we gotta stick with this until the very end, so we can finally break these chains of despair.
Chiaki.
Hey, Mikan, can I ask you one last thing? If you're not the killer, then who fabricated that video Hajime watched?
Like I said, it obviously wasn't me.
Can you prove it?
Prove it? Wait. Do you have any proof that I'm the one who fabricated that video? That's right! Show me your proof! Because you're just assuming the video was filmed at the conference room. Treating me like a killer based on an assumption. Just because I was at the hospital. That's totally crazy! I didn't do anything wrong! Why does everybody always hate me? Please, just forgive me already!
Is this broad really okay? She's emotionally unstable.
finally started arguing for us.
Huh?
But the only one who can find the hole in her argument is you, Hajime. So, I'm going to leave this to you once again.
Could it be? Was this Chiaki's goal all along? She's saying everyone's fate depends on me. The only person who saw that video.
Why do you get to decide I'm the killer? Where's your proof? Please, forgive me already!
I need to make up my mind. I'm the one who has to do it. I'm the one who's gonna finish this. Blood, rope, motel, paper, surveillance.
I'm not the killer!
Let's see how this
Can't
plays
think of
out
anybody
first.
else other than you who could have filmed that video.
Huh? Do you have any proof? Is the hemp bag on her head the proof? Is the hospital gown she was wearing suspicious?
Oh gosh!
Or could it be the hospital slippers she had on?
Ibuki and Mikan clearly have different body types.
Is that really your proof? You could tell her body type under the hospital gown? Just from that video? Just from that camera angle? Just from that dim candlelight? There's no way you'd be able to make out her body type! So please forgive me already!
Hajime, pay close attention and listen well. You're the only one who can point out the killer's mistake.
Killer's mistake. I see what I gotta do here. Don't flinch. Don't hesitate. Don't run away. I'm the only one who saw that video. Who else is gonna do it if I don't? Who said anything about camera angles? Uh-huh.
I'm not the killer!
Oh, dang it! I think I messed up.
We can't think of anybody else other than you who could have filmed that.
Huh? Is the hemp bag on? Is the
Alright, fast forward this, fast forward this. The candle was not brought up.
Just from that dip. There's no way you'd be so please
Hajime, you're the only one who can point out the killer's mistake.
Ah, dang it! It's going too fast. I gotta capture killer's mistake. It's one of these things where I have to absorb it and then shoot it back at her.
Is the hospital gown, or could it be the hospital?
Ibuki and Mikan.
Is that really? You could tell her body just from that dip. There's no way you'd be so please
Hajime, pay close attention and listen. You're the only one who can point out the killer's mistake.
God, dang it! I'm running out of time here.
I'm not the killer!
We can't think of anybody who could have filmed that.
Huh? Is the hemp bag on her head is the hospital gown, or could it be the hospital?
Ibuki and Mikan.
Is that really? You could tell her body just from that dip. There's no way you'd be so please
Hajime, pay close attention. You're the only one who can point out the killer's mistake.
Alright, I got it. I got it this time.
I'm not the killer!
We can't think of anybody else other than you
I got it. I got it.
who could have filmed that video.
Huh? Do you have any proof? Is the hemp bag on her head the proof?
Nope.
Is the hospital gown she was wearing suspicious? Or could it be the hospital slippers she had on?
Nope.
Ibuki and Mikan clearly have different body types.
Is that really your proof? You could tell her body type under the hospital gown? Just from that video? Just from that camera angle?
Gotcha!
I'll shoot through that contradiction.
No one talked about camera angles.
Mikan, you've committed a major mistake.
Mistake?
As I said before many times, I'm the only one who saw that video.
What's wrong with that?
But I never said anything about the camera angle.
You just got Jessica Fletchered!
So how can you say anything about the camera angle as if you saw that video yourself?
The only reason Mikan knew the camera angle Hajime had seen is because you're the person who actually filmed that video. Is that right?
Got her.
This is your just reward. The more desperately you argue, the deeper you dig yourself into a hole. You lied, didn't you?
Are you serious? Is it true, Mikan? Did you kill Hiyoko and Ibuki?
Forgive me! Huh?
Oh, here we go again.
Huh?
She's broken. Somebody control Alt F-er. Control Alt F4.
I was wrong. No, that's not it at all.
That's not it?
I mean, it's impossible.
Impossible?
You know that hemp bag Ibuki was wearing when she died? Try remembering the tote bag instead. Ding! I totally remember now.
What the heck's wrong with her? She's getting weirder by the minute.
That tote bag. Isn't it the same one that girl was wearing in the video?
How do you know so much about that video?
Who cares about that? More importantly, did you know that bag is a limited item that was sold at the movie theater? Hajime saw it too, didn't you? You remember the Usami decal on it, right?
She's going for a Ace Attorney style mental breakdown here.
Oopsie! Don't worry about it. I remember even if you don't. Ta-da! There's no mistake that tote bag is a limited item.
No, that's not how I remember it.
So don't you think it's impossible? Using one tote bag in both the conference room and the music venue at the same time? It's blatantly obvious that that's impossible. Don't you think? That's why that video isn't fabricated, and I'm not the killer. So you'll forgive me, right?
Taking your stubbornness this far. Such despair.
Then you're gonna forgive me? I won't stop until you forgive me!
Long time no see. Well, not really. It's time for the third Panic Talk action. This is probably going to be my last job during a class trial. Please humor me while I taint your ears one last time. Starting from this PTA, the reload and ammo features will be added. You will no longer be able to make do with just the B button. Below the tempo marker in the lower portion of the screen, the number of bullets are displayed. From this point on, you will need one bullet to destroy one remark. When you're out of bullets, you won't be able to destroy remarks, no matter how much you bash the B button. You will be able to refresh your buttons by... You'll be able to refresh your bullets by pressing the X button to reload. Just like locking on, press the X button in time with the tempo marker. The controls are the same as the B button. Match the tempo marker either by pressing the X button. The number of bullets refreshed is based on how well you kept the tempo. If you get the timing wrong when you press the X button, bullets will not be refreshed, so please be careful. Also, your ammo will be completely refreshed and will not run out during fever time. If your difficulty is set to gentle, you do not need to reload. Unfortunately, the difficulty is not set to gentle, so unfortunately, that's not going to be us this time. I guess that was I was getting some water, sorry. I guess that was a pretty useless explanation, even though it was the last one. That should be all the explanations for the class trial. The rest is up to you to overcome. You should be able to find it beyond this point. What you and I both yearn for. True despair. Well then, good luck, and have fun. Alright, here we go.
Until you forgive me! That bag is a limited item! That's why that crime is impossible for anyone to pull off.
This chick, has she lost it for good?
She certainly has.
Will you forgive me? You'll forgive me, right? Isn't that right? You're obviously gonna forgive me, right?
At this rate, we're not getting anywhere. I gotta do something and end this. I gotta do something so I can make her admit it. calling this bipolar is an insult to people who are actually bipolar.
You still haven't forgiven me? I'll do anything you want. Please, draw on me. Do you understand?
Uh-oh. Okay, I see.
Why only me? Please, draw on me. Can you forgive me already? Forgive me! Forgive me! Please, draw on me. Do you understand? Can you forgive me already? I'll do anything you want.
This is tough. This is kind of tough, actually.
Can you forgive me already? I'll do anything you want.
Uh-oh.
Forgive me! Forgive me! Why only me? You still haven't forgiven me? I'll do anything you want. Please, draw on me.
Oh my gosh.
Do you understand? Why only me? Please, draw on me. Can you forgive me already? Forgive me! Forgive me!
I may lose this. I may lose this.
Do you
This stupid
understand?
X-Button is sticking!
Can you forgive me already? There's
Wait.
only one bag. It's impossible to use it in two
Theater
places at the same
bonus
time.
prize, go!
This is the end.
Whew. Yeah, the X-Button started sticking for some reason, and I was freaking
I
out.
mentioned this earlier.
That was really close. I was so worried I was gonna have to redo this whole trial because I was about to lose.
When you buy one bag, you get another one free. It's a common practice to bait those customers with bonus prizes.
Whoever bought that bag should have received another one as a bonus prize. Which means it's not impossible to use that bag in two separate places. So please, just stop making desperate excuses.
Why? Why can't you forgive me? Why?
It seems her desperate struggle is finally coming to an
We've
end.
got her.
Why does everybody always hate me? You should just forgive me already!
Mikon, it's already over. After I go over your crime from the beginning and show that you have no arguments left, please just admit it already. In the end, at least let me believe in you.
All right, closing arguments at long last. Oh boy. What I saw on the monitor. Oops. All right, what do we got here? Yeah, it's been a heck of a ride. Breaking the drumstick in half. Okay, we got that already. How was the real locked room created? It was created with the glue. We know that. The small clue that the killer left, that was the baton lighting. The two-step ladders are different somehow. Okay, no, that's not it. So it is busted. It is busted. So it would be this one here. They destroyed the surveillance camera. Alright, so it's not that, because it's right there. The body was hidden before. And then the killer ripped off the music venue wallpaper. We got that. What did the killer do after the broadcast? Hang on. Okay, turned it on. That's not it. What I saw on the monitor was that. Put the bag over her head,
Here's
and
everything that happened
there
in
it
this
is.
case.
Easy as that.
The key to this incident is the surveillance camera video that only I saw. That's why I'm going to start with that to unravel the knots of this crime. When I went to the hospital with Mikon this morning, I noticed a specific thing in the lobby. The incoming signal light on the surveillance monitor was blinking ahead of the scheduled time. When I switched on the monitor, what appeared on screen was a person wearing a hospital gown and a bag on their head about to hang themselves right at that moment. That surveillance camera unit was designed for two-way communication with the hospital and the music venue. That's why I thought the signal originated from the music venue, so I immediately headed over there. But that was the killer's trap. In truth, that video was recorded in a different place. The killer brought the music venue camera the night before and made their preparations in advance. And then, they filmed that video in the hospital conference room. By doing so, they tried to make me think the incident was happening in real time, when in fact, the crime had already been committed by that point. The person in the footage wearing the bag was actually the killer acting as a fake. I didn't know that, so I went to the music venue and found the hanged body wearing a bag on its head. Seeing the body before me, I panicked and rushed out of there to get the rest of you guys. But that was also part of the killer's trap. After cleaning the conference room, the killer was likely watching the music venue from outside. And, as if they were switching places with me, they went inside the music venue and began working on their last trick. First, the killer peeled off the wallpaper covering one of the stage pillars, revealing Hyoko's body. When I first arrived and saw the hanged body, I didn't notice anything strange about that pillar. I didn't expect it to be slightly larger from the wallpaper, or have Hyoko's body hidden inside. Next, the killer destroyed the surveillance camera that was used in the conference room. After destroying it, they mixed it with what was left of the surveillance monitor found at the crime scene. The surveillance camera the killer used was originally brought from the music venue, but when they brought it, they made sure to destroy its monitor beforehand. They wanted to hide the fact that the camera wasn't at the crime scene. In the end, the killer transformed the crime scene into a closed room. They broke one of the drumsticks from the storage room and placed it near the music venue's entrance. However, they did this to mislead us into believing that the music venue was locked from the inside. In actuality, the reason the music venue became a closed room was because of the glue. The killer sealed the door with glue and intentionally created a closed room that could be forced open. With that, the killer finished tampering with the crime scene and met up with Fuyuhiko and me. They helped us force open the music venue door, despite the fact that they personally sealed it. And they made us discover not just Ibuki's body, but Hyoko's suddenly present body as well. At the time, they pretended to be surprised, but inside, they were probably relieved that their plan worked out. Isn't that right, Mikan? This crime was orchestrated by you, wasn't it?
So, all the closing argument did was show how she created the locked room. That's it. It didn't explain how Ibuki or Hyoko was actually killed. We saw a CG of the gray culprit strangling him, and we saw what happened when Hyoko stumbled upon the crime scene, but the closing argument didn't actually include the two most important things, which were the freaking murders! All it did was show the closed argument, which, again, the speed in which she needed to pull this off is impossible. Because Hajime ran off as soon... Here's the thing. Hajime ran to the music venue as soon as that video was over. That means Mikan followed him out, beat him there, so that she could hide, and then she waited until Hajime left, did the closed room, whatever, and then still had enough time to run into Fuyuhiko, and then meet up with Hajime and Chiaki. No, the timeline doesn't work. It doesn't work. No one is that fast. No one is that fast. Mikan is not the ultimate track star. She's the ultimate nurse. I mean, yes, she did kill both of them beforehand. I I'm not talking about the murders themselves. We've already established that the murders themselves happened way before she filmed the video. I'm talking about her filming the video, her recording the video, then running to the music venue, beating Hajime to the music venue, even though he bolted at top speed, and then doing all that locked room bullshit. There's a lot of plot holes. There's a lot of plot holes to this case. It is, by and large, one of the weakest cases in the entire franchise, and I don't like it. Yeah, she set up the pillar in the room beforehand. We're talking about the conference room video. How she recorded all of that. Yeah, apparently she didn't sleep much. She did all that. Yeah, all the setup and everything she did. She did all the setup. But she still had to leg it as, remember, the video was a live feed. It was not pre-recorded. It was a live feed. She doesn't have to beat Hajime there first. Okay. I see what you're... run it back. Run it back. I do kind of see where you're going for. She needed to beat him there in order to reveal Hiyoko. Well, not necessarily. It was Ibuki he saw first. Then he ran away. And then after he ran away the first time, then she went about revealing Hiyoko and all that nonsense. Hiyoko was already hidden the first time he came to the music venue, right? Am I... Yeah, that's... So, okay, so it would be possible for Mikan to come after, just stay out of sight of Hajime, and then after Hajime departs, like we saw in the closing argument, then she creeps back in, reveals Hiyoko's body, busts up the monitor, does the closed room thing, and then runs. It's still... Okay, so it's not as impossible as I may have originally thought. It's still a really tight timeline, though. It's still a really tight schedule. It took Hajime a few minutes to go to the motel, get the others, and then come back to the venue. The time to create the locked room doesn't work. It's a small time window, but it was like, what did they say? Like 10 minutes? 10 minutes to yank a curtain down, destroy a monitor, break a drumstick, and seal a door with glue. Because that's the four things. That's the four things that happened, right? She had to get to the music venue, see Hajime, see the crime, reveal Hiyoko, hide the paper, dispose of the camera, glue the door. That's right! She had to hide the... I forgot about that, Stumpy. She had to chuck it into the storage room, and remember, it was folded. It was folded over when we saw it. Breaking the drumstick could have been done beforehand, but we saw in the closing argument that she did it while she was setting up the locked room. We just saw that in the closing argument. It could have happened. It could have happened earlier, but that's not what the closing argument said. We can nitpick at this. We can nitpick at this all we want. The point I'm trying to make is it is an extremely tight timeline, bordering on impossible. The game says this is how it happened, and I can't. Though, to be fair, yeah, minutes away. Do we know how far away these places actually are? I mean, for us in 2D side-scrolling land, it's it takes very little time, but like, in real life distance, how far is the music venue to the motel, to the hospital? What is the distance? What is the actual distance? That would help to settle this argument. If we knew what the actual distance was, like, between the music venue and the hospital is 5 kilometers or something like that. Some random measurement they pull out of their asses or something like that. As it stands right now, there's just so many plot holes. There's so many plot holes. There's so many unclear motives. It's a weak mystery. I think we can all agree it's a very weak mystery, and the writing could have been a lot better on this. And speaking of motives and everything, I think I mentioned this before, and legit, I believe you mentioned this earlier in the stream. It wasn't even Hiyoko who was supposed to die. It was supposed to be Fuyuhiko who was killed, not Hiyoko. This was changed really, really late in the game. Like, really, really late in development. Because they decided that if Fuyuhiko died here, then Pekko's sacrifice would have been for nothing. So instead, Hiyoko was actually supposed to make it all the way to the end. She was supposed to be one of the survivors, one of the ultimate survivors, but no. They're just like, kill her off, nobody likes her anyway. And now it's just kind of made Mahiru's death kind of pointless because Hiyoko was on the verge of having a redemption arc of sorts. She was on her way to having a redemption arc before Akane said to Monokuma, yo, 1v1 me, bro, and ruined everything. And then the whole despair disease bullshit, I've already bitched too much about that already. But yes, all this to say, this is one of my least favorite cases in all of Danganronpa. All of it. In all 15 some odd cases that this franchise has, and I'm including 1 and V3, which y'all haven't seen V3 yet, but we'll get to that eventually. This is the one that I like the least. Anyway, all that to say, this case sucks, and I'm glad it's over. Well, it's almost over. We still gotta get to the execution.
Whoa! Now she's laughing?
It's been such a long time. This feeling, I know it well. Like the floor is collapsing, like the sky is falling down upon you. This feeling of despair!
Mikon, what has happened to you?
Whoa there! Before that, a moment of your time.
Yep. Oh, a B! Oh no! I'm so disappointed in myself. Look at this. 78. 80, 89, 86, 78. My God! It's like I'm looking at my report card all over again. You know, I used to get punished for these, right? These C's? You see these C's? You see this C? Everything else would be fine. I would have 100s, A's, straight across the board. My dad would zero in on 1 C and be like, all right, you're grounded for 6 weeks. No electronics until you bring your grades up. Ugh, hated it. Hated it so much. Anyway, I'm pissed off as it is. This is just making me more irritated. Let's move on.
It seems your arguments have reached a conclusion. So let's proceed to our regularly scheduled voting time. Now then, please pull the lever in front of you and cast your vote. Who will be chosen as the blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? Let's go!
My mother considered a B- a failing. Really? A B-? That's even worse, dude. I am so sorry. Bees I could get away with. Bees I could get away with, but if it dropped below an 80, that was it. Game over. Game over. I'm grounded.
Well now.
Now then, though it may be obvious at this point.
Correct.
You got it right once again! That's like 3 in a row! That's right! The true identity of the horrifying Blackened who killed 2 girls was Mika Tsumiki!
Damn it.
You gotta be shitting me. Are you saying Mikan? The one who nursed us back to health? Was the one who killed him?
I won't forgive you.
Don't joke around with me, Mikan! Did you lie to us all along? Were you planning to kill him from the start while you were nursing him?
Hey!
Hey, don't just laugh! Say something! This is going nowhere! Mikan's gone bye-bye. Mikan.exe has stopped working.
What's going on?
This chick!
Hey.
This ain't nothing like Peko. She's actually gone mental!
Well, that's obvious.
There's nothing we can do. She is no longer the same person. She's no longer the Mikan Tsumiki we knew. Huh?
Hey.
Based on my predictions, she might have caught it too. She probably had the despair disease, which was the motive for this case.
What?
Mikan too, you say?
I
know, because I was looking at Mikan for so long. She was the one taking care of me after all. My consciousness kept drifting, but even so, when I did catch a glimpse of her, her expression was full of despair. A despair so void of hope that not even a single fragment of it remained. Hold on. Did you say Mikan also had a despair disease? Then, I mean, she was...
What?
Hajime, has something crossed your mind? Whoops! Don't mind that. Don't worry about that. No, there was no underwear. There's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Damn you, game. My body's heavy. No, not just heavy. It's somewhat soft and really hot. There we go. One more parting shot. One more parting shot. That's right. Mikan felt really hot at that time. Now that I think about it, that must have been a high fever. Just like what Ibuki and Akane had.
It cannot be.
Then, because of that disease, Mikan was...
Perhaps...
The symptoms that she surely felt must have been deserving of that name. Despair disease. Losing all hope and harboring despair for all hope. Because of the despair disease, she was likely overcome with despair.
See?
That's the reason why she can still laugh in such a hopeless situation.
Jeez.
Which means the Mikan standing before us is no longer the ultimate nurse. She's a completely different person now that she's infected by the despair disease.
Isn't that right?
She's a human who deserves to be called the ultimate despair! Now, where have we heard that before? Ultimate despair? That's the reason why I cannot forgive this. I mean, killing someone for the sake of despair instead of for the sake of hope?
Impossible.
There's no way I can forgive that.
Oh?
For the sake of despair? That's completely wrong.
Huh?
Wrong? Wrong? What's wrong?
What I did was for the sake of my beloved.
Huh?
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 Who are you talking about?
If only they were still alive, they'd be so happy. I know.
My beloved was the only one. That's right. The only one who never hated me. They forgave my existence. They forgave me and accepted me. They gave me value. They loved me. I loved them with all my heart, and they returned it in full. This is my reciprocation.
I understand that I've done something unforgivable. But you know, to transcend all that is truly...
It's love.
What love is all about.
Hey.
I don't understand what you're saying.
You don't understand? Is it because you don't have anyone to love? Is it because you're also someone who isn't accepted by anyone? What a pity. I feel sorry for you.
Well,
even if I say this, I'm sure nobody here would understand. But love is a wonderful thing. This feeling of freedom, where you no longer care about anything. My beloved and I are the only ones within that thin veil, and I'm just looking out through it. That's why, as long as I'm on the inside, no matter how much they tease me, splash me with water, kick me, it's like nothing matters. I could just die. That's how little it matters. Who cares about hope or despair? It's love. Only love.
could it be?
Nagito, is this really the despair disease you were talking about?
This is...
It seems that I was wrong. Not only was she affected by despair...
You were half right. It's right to say that this is all thanks to that disease. Because, thanks to that disease, I was able to remember my beloved.
Remember?
Apparently, that's what my symptom was. What a wonderful symptom.
Which means you had the remembering disease? But if this means she remembered something and ended up like this...
Such despair.
Are you saying you were like this from the start? Were you like this before you even came to this island?
Don't get so angry. Well, first of all, the reason I became like this wasn't my fault. It was all your fault, you know? Because it's not like I'm entirely responsible for turning out like this. I'm the person I am today because of many human relationships. So, it's everybody's fault that I turned out like this. You see? Even so, the current me was most strongly influenced by my beloved's existence.
And it was also my beloved who created the me that everyone can't forgive. But my beloved still forgives me and still accepts me. That is the key difference between all of you and my beloved.
Don't fuck with me!
Like I said, who the fuck are you talking about? Are you saying this is Mikan? She's the real Mikan? Mikan, please, answer me. Did you really remember? You ended up like this. All because you remembered? There's no way I can believe that! There's no way! The person you are right now is the real Mikan!
Oh, you still doubt me? Then, to prove I remember, I'll tell you all something nice. It's about that World Ender organization that you all were worrying about.
You serious?
You know?
Not know. I just remembered, that's all. I knew about it all along. How that horrifying organization known as World Ender is also the organization known as the Future Foundation.
Future Foundation? Future? That's right. That symbol on the ancient ruins door. That's right. It was the Japanese word for future.
Hey,
just what is the Future Foundation? What are they planning?
As the name suggests, that organization is the World Ender. The Future Foundation is trying to end our world. To put it simply, they're trying to claim the world for themselves.
this is bad.
What the heck? This ain't a comic book, you know?
As part of their plan to end the world, the Future Foundation brought us to this island. Isn't that right, Monomi? Huh?
I knew it! Monomi, Monokuma, you're both members of that crazy organization, ain't they?
Monomi and I aren't members.
I am Monokuma!
My existence is entirely my own!
Hey,
Don't laugh. Hey, Mikan, if you really do remember, then you already know, right? You know the true identity of the traitor hiding among us.
Of course I know that. Let's see. The Future Foundation lackey that's hiding among you all is... Oh? Oh, well. No one really cares about that, don't you think?
of course not!
Oh, hell no!
You'll find out eventually. So there's no need to be so impatient. Probably when that countdown ends.
Countdown? You even knew about that?
Oh? I don't know anything. I have a feeling that's what it is, but who cares about that, you know? I'm drowning in so much love from the bottom of my heart. I just don't care about anyone or anything.
That is...
Mikan, is this really you? I won't believe it. There's no way I can believe you were like this all along. Because if that's true, then who's the person we've been spending time with up until now?
The past.
Past?
That person.
She didn't exist in the beginning. She's just my past self who lost her school memories. You guys considered that thing a friend.
Oh?
That doesn't make me happy at all. It just fills me with despair. You guys accepted my past self, but not my present self. That's...
Well,
that applies to you all as well. Memories of people, memories of events, whatever memory it is. Losing memories are...
Do you understand?
Like losing your personal identity.
This is strangely resonant to what we played at the beginning of the stream, oddly enough.
Memory is the most important component in building a person. Don't you think? Losing our memories makes us shadows of the past. Don't you think?
Hey,
I don't know what you're trying to say, but in the end, it always leads back to that story. That story about our stolen school lives.
hey!
So, it was true all along. Our memories were taken away.
Damn it!
If it wasn't true, we wouldn't be suffering this much.
Well, why don't you just take your sweet time and remember at your own pace?
Oh?
Oh, Monokuma! Is it alright for you to start now?
Yes, indeed.
Punishment time?
Damn it. Why? Mikan, why does it have to end like this? This is too pointless. This is too much.
Now then, I prepared a very special punishment.
For the ultimate nurse, Mikan Sumiki!
So it's over. It's really... Now I can go to my beloved, who always forgives me. I can finally see them. Please forgive me, the one who's going to die with the hope of finally seeing you.
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
Game over. Mikan has been found guilty. Time for the punishment. Yes, also one of the dumbest executions. Yep. Anybody understand what just happened? Because I sure as hell don't! God, even the execution is so, like, freaking lackluster. Yes, it is supposed to... It's supposed to represent dying by lethal injection, but it is so, like, compared to how bombastic Peko and Teru's executions were, compared to how brutal compared to how much they got brutalized, it's a weak-ass execution. God, even the execution is unsatisfying. Everything about this case is terrible. How dare you bring up Mondo Butters? Don't you dare bring that in my chat. It's finished. Is it really finished? The killer who killed Ibuki Miyota and Hyoko Saionji was Miken Sumiki. And she's been executed. She apparently committed her crime because she was afflicted by the despair disease. So what? Yeah, really, so what? What's finished? Nobody wanted it to end this way.
Let me ask.
Who was that Mikan from earlier? Was that her true form? Or is that itself a symptom of the despair disease? Damn it. Doesn't matter, either way. If she ended up like that just from remembering, then all along, Mikan was never worth being a symbol of hope.
But...
even if her words were influenced by that despair disease, if the disease turned her into that, if she lost herself to a simple disease, she was definitely unworthy of being a symbol of hope.
Isn't that right?
So, let's just move on. Come on, let's take all this despair and change it into hope.
Please wait!
That is impossible! I mean, I thought we were friends this whole time, but even so... Like a house of cards collapsing in an instant. In the end, our friend we thought we knew ended up showing us a completely different side of herself. Then she vanished from our sight, leaving behind only her malice toward us. And now, there's no way we can just move on, or try to have a clear-cut attitude about these feelings. That's clearly impossible. You know, I don't want to give the writers... this may be giving the writers too much credit here. What if this case was poorly written on purpose? For us to feel this kind of frustration. For us to be so unsatisfied with how things resolved. Maybe they did... I'm still saying the writing was still bad, but maybe there was a reason behind it, or am I giving the writers too much credit? If that's the case, then that is unintentionally genius. I don't know if that's the case or not. Because if that was their intention all along, to make such a poorly designed case that it frustrates the player, even after everything is resolved, I might be looking at this in a new light. But maybe that's me giving the writers too much credit. I don't know. I genuinely don't know. All I know is that I am very, very unhappy with how this ended up. Whether that was by design or by poor execution, I'm not feeling great right now. Even though my model is smiling, I'm not feeling great. There. I make the sad face. I make the unimpressed face with my model. That's the best I can do. Think about it this way. What percentage of real-life murder cases make complete sense and have a satisfying resolution? There is nothing at all realistic about Danganronpa, first off. But I see your point. I see your point, but also, there's nothing about this that's realistic. I see your point, though. Yes, the model will, in fact, have emotions. I can confirm the new model will have very clear-cut emotions. So, look forward to that.
Damn it!
Would have been so much easier if she was the traitor, too.
Wrong. Too bad. That's not the case. Mikan was not the traitor.
Come on!
The traitor is still alive. As proof, see how fine Manumi looks right now. I'm not fine at all. But if the traitor died, you wouldn't be this calm, right? I mean, You're both pawns of the Future Foundation. So you guys are like 2 hearts beating as one, right?
You fiend.
What does that make you, fiend? You did say that you're different than Monomi.
Phew. Who cares about who I am? More importantly, I'm tired. The drama just kept going and going. I didn't even have the time to eat my black bean right eye during the break. Hey! Your right eye is made out of black beans? Hey! Wait, now's not the time to focus on that. What are you trying to say?
Hey,
You know, wasn't it said that life has its ups and downs? It's fun because downs come after ups. But if life was full of downs, wouldn't it get boring? So, in order to help you guys feel better, I prepared a special event!
Special event?
Head over to the First Islands beach. An old friend will be waiting there.
Old friend?
Huh?
Could it be Nekomaru?
Hey!
It is! It is, isn't it? Nekomaru was safe after all?
Safe. How should I say this?
I knew it. I knew that crazy bastard Nekomaru would come back to us in one piece. Awesome! We're starting to see the light of hope.
The light of hope? I am happy Nekomaru is returning to us, but
So just as I thought.
3 of our friends just died. So I honestly cannot be happy.
Miss Sonia.
However,
even so, I am still happy. If Nekomaru is safe, I am truly happy.
Fine.
If you are happy, you should honestly greet him with open arms. Perhaps those who have been taken from us would do the same if they still lived. Hey, Supreme Overlord, who gives a shit? That line didn't suit you at all. Supreme Overlord of who gives a shit. I love that.
Silence.
I shall crush you into dust.
Ibuki, Hiyoko, Mikan, can you hear us? If you are unhappy, I apologize. However, please forgive me for right now. I want to warmly welcome Nekomaru when he returns to us.
You don't have to worry, Sonia. I'm sure your feelings are reaching them.
Right?
Then let's all go greet Nekomaru. Let's make it grand, even for those who have died.
Huh? What the heck? Do I still have the after effects of that disease? I don't get this at all!
Akane?
All right!
Alrighty then, let's go!
Yeah, you're right! Nekomaru's coming back! When we heard that, we were unable to contain our excitement as we jumped into the elevator.
Uh-oh.
Aw, man. They just ran off without listening to what I had to say.
Unbelievable.
Jeez, they're so impatient. Didn't they learn to stick around until others have finished talking? What does that mean? Hey! You're plotting something again, aren't you?
No way!
I'm not plotting anything. I was just trying to properly explain everything to them. Including Nekomaru's body. Huh? Nekomaru's body? It's their fault for not sticking around until I finish talking. So if something happens because of that, I bear no responsibility. What did you do to Nekomaru?
What's this?
What did I do? I just saved him. That's all. I mean, if I didn't do that, there's no way I could have saved somebody who was that close to death. So it just couldn't be helped.
As soon as we exited the elevator, we started running. Hurry! To the beach on the first island! Alright, let's haul ass! Even though our minds were completely exhausted, strangely enough, our bodies felt light. Without stopping for anything, we kept right on running towards the beach on the first island. Where in the world is Nekomaru?
Hey!
Hey! Nekomaru, show yourself!
Listen!
We have come to pick you up! Please hurry up and come out of hiding! We raised our voices. We looked around the area. We raised our voices again. We looked around the area again. And so on and so forth. We kept looking for him. But...
Hey!
What the hell, man? He's nowhere to be found!
Damn it!
Could it be? Did we get false info from Monokuma again? And that's when it happened. We heard a familiar voice echo throughout the beach.
What happened? Were y'all looking for me?
Could it be?
That voice! With high hopes in our hearts, we turned towards the direction of the voice. And then, we saw something truly unbelievable.
Huh? What the?
Yo! I've kept you waiting. Hey, what's going on? Perhaps you don't remember my face since we haven't seen each other in a while. That's pretty sad, you know? That's too much!
Who are you?
Huh? You too? What's going on? If you're messing with me, I'll stop doing it to you.
Nekomaru? Haven't you noticed it yourself?
What do you mean, noticed? Oh, you mean this body? This is nothing! The name's Nekomaru Nidai! I've been reborn in the rivers of hell!
Surprise! He's back! He did kind of get the Frankie treatment. He did kind of discount Darth Vader. Nekomaru has arrived. And yes, that I was just about to mention. You mentioned Frankie, Zelda NPC. Patrick Seitz does also voice Frankie in One Piece, so it's you're not too far off. But with all of that, at long last, Chapter 3, Trapped by the Ocean Scent, is over. And we are now officially down to single digits. 9 students remain. You have obtained the nurse's apron. Great. Thanks. I hate it. Let's save and let's get the heck out of Dodge. 8 students and 1 robot. No, robots. Whoops. Ignore that. Robots count. Robots count. There's somebody in V3 is going to be very upset you said that. But for now, let's go ahead and call it here. It's been a wild-ass ride, but we finally made it through one of my least favorite chapters in the game. It's all up from here. Well, sort of. You'll see what I mean. Up is a very relative term here. But anyway, we're gonna go ahead and call it here for now. I will be back tomorrow at 7 for more Persona 5 Royal. And we'll be back to Danganronpa next week at the usual time, 2 p.m. If you missed out on Inversed, you can catch it tonight. Later tonight on YouTube. It'll be up on YouTube, and it'll be up here on Twitch as well at the start of the stream. So if you missed it, you can tune in there and catch it. So don't forget, if you want to check the game out for yourself, it's available on itch.io on PC, Mac, Linux, and Android. Please go check them out and support Time Desk Games and the awesome work that they do. And don't forget, model debut, Saturday, July 29th. We are less than 2 weeks away from the new model, so please be looking forward to that. All right, that's going to do it for tonight, guys. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I hope you guys enjoyed Inverse. Hope you guys are still enjoying Danganronpa. We'll be back at it again next week. Until then, stay super. I will catch y'all later. Have a good evening.